Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30.
For the next 4 items, agenda item 1 is apologies. We have apologies from Robbie Butler and William Humphrey. Any other apologies, Clark? No, okay, thank you. Agenda item 2 is chairperson's business. Can I refer members to a record of an informal meeting with the Northern Ireland Public Service Ombudsman at page 5 and ask members if they are content to note? Agreed? Agreed, members. Thank you. Okay, members, can I also refer you to the Minister's statement on a fair start, the final report and action plan from the expert panel on educational underachievement in tabled items. The committee has scheduled a hearing on the 7th of July from the panel. Would members also wish to invite the Minister on this matter as well?
Yeah, that would probably be useful, Chair.
Yep, okay. We'll agree to do that. Members, I raised a point of order in the Assembly yesterday in relation to this. It seems fairly clear that the Department and or Minister issued a copy of this final report and action plan to the media in advance of any MLAs or the Education Committee. With the Speaker noted his concern and disappointment in relation to that, and said that he has issued warnings against such practice previously. I'm not aware of any consequence or remedy in relation to that, but the result is that MLAs have significantly less time to engage with the report and action plan in an informed way, and then to ask informed questions when the Minister is given a statement. Do members wish to write to the Minister and the Department to express our concern in relation to that practice and ask that either the media and ourselves are given advanced embargoed copies of any such reports, or no one is at all? Members?
Yeah, I agree with your point, Chair. I had the dentist yesterday, so I wasn't physically in the Assembly, but I was remotely, and the only advantage that I had was that I wasn't driving, so I had time to consider slightly. But for others that would have been travelling, it would have been extremely difficult. This is not something new. It's absolutely typical of the Department. I think it's completely bad manners on their part and disrespectful to this committee, who have worked and engaged with the panel, a very, very good panel, I have to put on record, Chair, to get this focus report to where it is. So I think it is very disappointing, and I think that something should be done about this. Otherwise, we're just going to have a repeat of these events in future, and something much more serious as well.
Okay.
Could I come in there, Chair, as well?
Yes, Pat. Yeah.
89 pages, just to put that on record. Sorry, Pat. 89 pages. Doesn't take 5 minutes to read 89 pages either. And
that was Daniel. That was just the actual report. The report had A to G annexes. So bring in Pat.
Yeah, I agree with what Daniel has just said, and it is very disrespectful to be providing the media with copies of a report like this and not to give it to our
engagement with the curriculum. And this isn't something that has been established here alone. This is something that, again, is recognised internationally in terms of best practice of immersion education models. So just to finalise in terms of all of that, I suppose, as I said, a lot of what we've talked about here is around a specific approach being taken to Irish medium. It's around an acknowledgement that we have different and a diverse education system here, and that's something to be celebrated. And one of the key markers of difference within education here is the fact that we have a small but growing number of young people who are educated through an entirely different language, and that they have specific needs that aren't always reflected in the policy framework that exists around the big macro educational issues. So we need to approach this with a view to, at the very outset, around policy development, strategic developments within education. What will this mean, or what could this mean for the Irish medium sector, and make those tweaks and changes at the outset so that they best reflect the specific challenges and needs of our sector. Because as I stated before during the presentation here, we have obviously a small percentage, but it's something that's grown, and the projected figures are going to enhance all of these issues that I've touched on here this morning as we move forward across the next number of years. A lot of these issues that I've talked about have already been recognised in the Irish Medium Review. The review of Irish Medium Education took place in 2008, and again, one of the frustrations that we feel within the sector is that many of those recommendations, from policy provision to resource to SEN to the whole gambit of key educational issues, haven't really been progressed in a sustained and meaningful way. And we hope moving forward, obviously, as we increase awareness and as the sector continues to grow, that can change. So thanks very much for your time.
Thanks for that, Kieran. Delighted to have you with us this morning and to be hearing from you in detail about the hopes and challenges facing Irish medium education. Can I start by giving you an opportunity to speak, maybe even perhaps slightly more informally, about the positive aspects, the benefits of Irish medium education, Irish medium schools? Why do people enjoy? Why is it important for people? What are the benefits to attend Irish medium schools? And maybe you could touch on the significance of the first integrated Irish medium preschool being launched proudly in my own constituency of East Belfast.
Yeah, many thanks, Chris. And again, that's something that I hope isn't missed during a lot of this debate, because I know you understand we're talking about very real issues and very real challenges that the sector faces. But the only reason we're here is that there is continued and sustained interest in Irish medium education, and that's as a result of the very significant advantages that Irish medium and immersive education brings. So as someone who has attended Irish medium education, we're actually this year celebrating 50 years since the first Irish medium school was established here. I attended Irish medium education. My children now do the same. I suppose the benefits that I touched on that are recognised worldwide, particularly around early immersive education, so getting children at the earliest possible stage and immersing them in that Irish medium or in that language environment. The benefits in terms of their cognitive development are huge. The benefits in terms of empathy and tolerance for diversity and respecting other cultures and stuff, again, have been well demonstrated. Problem-solving skills are enhanced because essentially your brain is operating with two different program systems, if you like, if you think about it.
Although he was never really a very loud speaker anyway.
Hi, Cal.
Martina, how's it going?
Apparently,
Somewhere other outside, isn't it?
11, 11. Here. She'll be absent for a bit. Hello, Roy. Good to see people in person at the committee, isn't it?
What's that?
It's good to see you back in person, eh?
Who's a stranger?
Do we have any apologies? About half apart. Okay. Are we back in week 29 next week, or is it the week after? 29 next week. Yeah, next week.
Michelle, I was going to ask you, I'm not sure if you want to do it. Tentatively,
What's up next week? Is Des back? So it's June monitoring and the departmental on that permits. Yeah. Okay. So we'll just work with the time. And to see. Because otherwise that'll not, if that's not in, then it'll not really matter.
Yeah.
Okay, we have everybody. Ooh, okay. Andrew's decided not to join us today.
Sorry.
Last week.
One-off appearance, Andrew. Back to the normal. Yeah. Now bike wasn't working. Get in the city today, kid.
One-off appearance.
Okay, we're gonna. If everybody's content, we'll open the meeting. Good morning. You're all welcome to this morning's meeting of the Infrastructure Committee. We have a quorum, and just advise all members who are in the room just to maintain social distancing during the meeting. Today, the committee will consider subordinate legislation, and we will then receive a briefing from Bus and Coach NI Limited and Hannon Coach with regard to commercial bus service permits and transport integration. And we'll also receive a departmental briefing on the review of planning policy and low carbon energy. Again, as per usual, just advise those who are joining us remotely to put your mics on mute, as it may interfere with the evidence, and also if you do wish to speak, to raise your hand via the icon. I don't have any apologies, although Deputy Chair may be late. Moving then to Chair's business. Obviously advise members of the meeting that we did have last week, an informal meeting with Bus and Coach NI. For those who weren't there, it was actually a very useful meeting in regard to financial assistance for the bus and coach industry. And I did ask members maybe to reflect on that meeting and to agree some actions following on from it. I suppose the primary issue is on the need for ongoing support. And while we have asked for this before, I think it's something that we probably need to re-emphasise, particularly with the Infrastructure Minister, but perhaps more broadly through the Finance Minister and the Economy Minister. But I'm content to take comments from members if they wish to make any other suggestions.
Yeah, Chair. Yeah, obviously we're just I would support, obviously, write to the Minister and see where she would be at in regard to the third scheme for the sector. As an initial, and yes, the Economy Minister and Finance Department doing a farm, yeah.
Okay, and I suppose it's really about a rolling support, as opposed to just retrospective schemes as we have had. Mr. Boylan?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. No, I would support that, and Mr. Buchanan obviously made suggestions at the last meeting, and I think the actions that we agreed, I would certainly support them going forward in terms of contacting ministers. I think there needs to be a scheme to support them going forward, so I'd be happy enough to support the actions of the committee.
Anyone else at this point? No? Okay. Agreed. Okay, thank you. Moving then to draft minutes at page 6 of your pack. That's for the meeting of the 26th of May. Are members content? Matters arising at page 16, again from the meeting of the 26th of May. Do members have any issues arising from the meeting or any comments which they wish to make in addition to what's there? Content. At page 20, we have our items of outstanding correspondence. You'll see that we still have correspondence which was sent to the Department of Health on the 10th of December, and we have sent 4 reminder emails and a reminder letter, and there have been similar then for the Executive Office and Michael Gove. They're the longest outstanding pieces of correspondence.
Chair, just on that Department of Health one, what can we do on that? Because basically that's a long time from the 10th of December and there's no response. So what have we got at our disposal to get a response?
We can't really do very much. We'd have written to the Committee for Health to ask them.
Have we?
Yes, but we've heard nothing back from the committee either.
Okay, so the committee is slow at response as well. Okay. That doesn't go particularly well, does it? Okay. So, content to note. Moving then to correspondence. Just draw your attention to the memo at page 27 and the suggested actions. You'll note that they're all really to note, with the exception of the Committee for Finance have contacted us in regard to an independent fiscal council for Northern Ireland, and that was something which we had a brief discussion about last week, and we were actually writing to the Committee for Finance in relation to that. So it may be something that they've requested then for us to respond with some suggestions. Do members have any comments to make in regard to that? Mr. Muir?
Thank you very much, Chair, and apologies I'm not with you today. I do still love you all. 3 things. Steering around the fiscal council stuff, I think it's important that we do reply to that, because these issues around finances are consistently coming up week after week, affecting the issues that we're considering. And to me, there was, obviously it's for the committee to decide, but there would be 3 things that maybe they would have merit in responding with. One would be the need for multi-year budgets, and that's affected a number of things. The other one is a need for progress in relation to the Infrastructure Commission, because that's impacting upon the delivery of lots of different things. And the last one, from my perspective, would be a more sustainable funding model for NI Water. I don't think we're going to get a consensus in relation to what that is, but there needs to be a more sustainable funding model for Northern Ireland Water so they can deliver those water and sewage infrastructure for economic growth and also for housing. So I think it's important we do respond, and that's my topics worth in relation to that.
Okay. Anyone else? Members content? We're getting sort of nods and then silence, so we'll take that as content. Okay, and the other item of correspondence that we may wish to comment on is the response from the Minister to issues arising from the committee meeting on the 12th of May, and that's at page 73, and within that there's an update with regards to driving test support for the bus and coach sector, which I suppose really doesn't give us the answer that we're looking for. Issues in relation to journey planner, the bus service permits and transport integration, which we're hearing about today, and officials are coming next week. And then pertinent to our debate yesterday was the private streets, additional information, and the levelling up fund, and then parking enforcement. Do members have any comments with regards to any of that? Mr. Muir.
I think Carol came first, so I'm happy that he goes first before me.
Thanks very much, Andrew. Yeah, just a couple of points. Clearly, obviously, we've dealt with the issue in relation to the bus and coach, but also it's right across the transport sector. We need to look at, and we need to think back to the taxis industry as well. And I mean, if there's officials coming up, we need to address that. The other point in terms of the levelling up fund, I mean, we know there was 3 themes there, I mean, but there was a very limited bidding window. So can we write to the department to see exactly where we're at, or what we can do, or what they're proposing to do to try and address that in terms of introducing other funding mechanisms, or just get more meat on the bones out there? Because I mean, unfortunately, there's a lot going to miss out because of that limited window, and just maybe get a wee bit more out of the department, see how they're going to address that. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, yeah, that doesn't really give an awful lot of details just in relation to the engagement either with councils.
Yeah.
So it's very light in it as a response. Okay, Ms. Kimmins.
Thanks, Chair. It was just in relation to the points under parking enforcement. I know I had mentioned it in the past, and we've got more lobby letters from Lisburn Chamber as well as Newry Bid in relation to their proposals around on-street parking, and I know they've raised it with the Minister. I've advised them if they want to speak to committee to write to us as well. But it's just to see if there's anything we could do in relation to that. I think, you know, particularly those 2 areas where they're, you know, there's central parking zones, and it's historically the evidence shows that it's quite unfair how enforcement's carried out. So it's just to raise that again, and hopefully we will get a request from them soon to come and brief the committee, because I think it's a very important issue, particularly as we move out of lockdown. And I know the Minister announced then that she was putting parking enforcement back in place as it was pre-COVID.
Okay, so are you anticipating correspondence from Lisburn and Castlereagh?
Well, no. Well, I some this week. I don't know if all committee members got it or if it was just in by constituency, but I know there's still a strong lobby on in relation to this from both Lisburn Chamber and Newry Bid, because of the 2 central parking zones, and I mean the issues they're having are huge. So it was just to kind of raise that again and keep it on people's radar. I think we do need to take that forward as best we can.
Okay, I'm just checking that correspondence hasn't been received by the committee, so perhaps you might want to chase that up on your end. Okay. Andrew?
Yeah. No, thank you, Chair. Just in relation to another one, which is 5.7, it was about delivery of courses for drink drive offenders, and I think it's important that is considered. But one thing that just appeared to me, a while ago at the committee, we were given an update in relation to 2 sort of related matters in relation to road safety enforcement. One was in relation to a fixed penalty for careless driving, and there was a consideration of the department to introduce that, and that would significantly benefit road safety and also the processing of those issues. And the other one was updating the law around using the mobile phone when driving, because that law was drafted when phones were like bricks and there were Nokias and stuff like that, and now it's more difficult for the police to enforce it. And I was going to suggest we go back to the department and ask them for an update in relation to both issues, because it's been a while and we haven't heard anything in relation to either.
Okay, members content? We can maybe include that an update then on where they are with the road safety strategy as well. Okay, content? Thank you. Any other items that members wish to highlight within correspondence? Okay, great, thank you.
I think Carol says
Mr. Boylan?
Yeah, Chair, no, just to what I wanted to mention yesterday's, I mean, the debate we had yesterday was quite well balanced. I mean, clearly there's questions in relation to delivery there, so and I know that the ministers going about our finalisation of our budgets, but maybe, Chair, we should look at, like, the staff was cut by 50% in terms of one sector there in the VAS scheme. I mean, and there's no way that any of the departments could have survived any of that. So I know where there's a wee bit of work done or a wee bit of research done in relation to how the workforce model ended up that way. So maybe it's something. We'll wait till obviously the minister comes back with a capital programme to see exactly and resource to see where she's going. But we need to definitely, as a committee, take a look at that again in terms of how the department's going to deliver. So, like I say, it was a good enough, as well reasoned, balanced debate yesterday. So maybe it's a wee piece of work we can undertake. But I just wanted to note it for today. Maybe we'll follow up on it again in terms of the department and the resource. Okay, Chair.
Yeah, no, I totally agree, and I think that it's something that we're hearing now really at every presentation is the issues and challenges that there are obviously around resource and workforce, and having, I suppose, even specialists in place in order to carry out some of the work which would have been taken for granted, I suppose, in the past. So if we can keep that maybe just as a rolling item, just to keep an eye on. Okay. Any other comments, Mr. Beggs?
I've so far received some positive feedback on that. So we hope that we will have more positive news on that front moving forward.
Okay.
I wonder, if that's okay?
Go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. No, I just want to add that the deficiencies in accommodation in the Irish medium sector were magnified as well by the pandemic. I'm sure Kieran has already said that about 60% of accommodation in the Irish medium sector is modular or temporary. So that made very difficult to form bubbles or to socially distance and to put into place all the regulations that were needed during the pandemic. So I just thought it would be worthwhile highlighting that as well. It was an extra burden on an already strained sector.
Pat, do you want to ask a final question there? Yeah.
Final one then, and we have Sia in later on this morning, and we've heard recently about their plans for assessments next year, and one of the things they have decided to do is omit the oral element in language courses. How does that? What's the reaction from the Irish medium sector? And where the education is by immersion in the language. Well, how did you react to that news?
Yeah, I mean, we if you like, we weren't in support of the move that was announced there last week. I think that essentially, what is a language without it being spoken? And if there isn't a mechanism by which to assess the spoken language of young people, then you're taking away a large part of the young people's engagement with that language. And I think there is a particular disadvantage for young people within the Irish medium context, but who would have a high level of fluency, of verbal fluency in that language, and not having the ability to have that assessed would place them, I would say, at a disadvantage position in terms of the assessment. So I think that decision needs to be reflected on from what we've gathered. I'm not sure around how this decision was arrived at, whether or not the sector was consulted around this decision, who the engagement was done with around this. And I know and I fully appreciate that very difficult choices are being made in the current climate, given the pandemic and given the circumstances that we find ourselves in. However, I do think that perhaps that decision was arrived at maybe rather rashly, and that it could be reflected on, and that some type of provision could be in place to ensure that the verbal fluency of young people and the advantages of the spoken language are recognised and properly assessed during the qualifications process. I think it's incredibly important as well to acknowledge that because of the impact of COVID last year, they've already missed out on this. So in terms of, we're also thinking around future workforce provision. A lot of the workforce comes from young people who are engaged with the language. And if they're not having their verbal language assessed properly as they go through the school system, we can see the potential adverse impact that this will have on the sector moving forward, as many more people may then progress to work within the sector without ever having their verbal fluency assessed in that way.
Okay, Pat.
Okay, thanks for that, Chair. Lads.
Thanks, Pat. Robin Newton, MLA. Robin, I think you might need to unmute the device. Thanks.
Is that it now, Chair?
That's you sorted. Thanks, Robin.
Okay. Can I thank the panel for this morning? Chair, can I apologise? I'm going to have to leave the meeting for about 20-25 minutes after this.
Okay.
I really just have only the one simple question, and that really is around the area planning and the role of the department as they prepare area plans and the sector, and how that is being approached. Maybe you could have some indications, Chair.
Yeah. Would you like me to just come in here, Chair? Yeah.
Yes, thanks. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks very much, Robin, for your question. So I suppose, as I stated in the outset, area planning is a huge issue within education. So we have the rationalisation of the school estate, we have declining enrolment, and there are been huge efforts right across the sector and right across all sectors in terms of trying to positively engage with that and trying to arrive at creative solutions which first and foremost meet the needs of our young people and ensure that young people have opportunities to receive a high quality education, that they are surrounded by appropriate kind of accommodation, that they are provided with the necessary support that it complements that journey and everything that entails. So that needs to be acknowledged. I think within the Irish medium sector, I suppose one of the challenges that we faced is that this entire policy framework wasn't really designed to meet the needs of the Irish medium sector. It was designed around the rationalisation of the school estate, decline in enrolment at a time when our sector is undergoing significant growth. So from the outset, you can see the additional challenges that brings. And when we see policy formulation which has been designed to meet the needs of area planning and to deliver area planning, again, it's difficult for us to assess or to see where the statutory duty crosses over, because we are subject to the same sustainability thresholds as other sectors. We are subject to the same policy framework as other sectors, even though we're completely different stages of development. And what we would argue is that given that there is a very clear and explicit legal commitment around facilitating and developing Irish medium education, that we need a more bespoke approach, that we need to look at, for instance, in particular areas, we have a number of young people coming through primary accommodation. What will their needs be in the future? Do we need to start considering post-primary? And how do we factor that in terms of area planning? And how do we support that in terms of the policy framework that's designed to deliver area planning? So, the approach is, as I stated in the outset, Robin, the approach has been characterised by, if you like, an attempt to locate the Irish medium education sector within the broader policy framework, as opposed to what we would argue needs to happen is to mould in the policy framework around the particular needs of the Irish medium sector, given that we have a commitment there around the statutory duty, and given that our sector faces additional obstacles and barriers. The role should be to remove those barriers and obstacles, and area planning for Irish medium education should complement and enhance that.
Okay, Chair, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Robin. Can I call Daniel McCrossan, MLA?
Thank you, Chair, and you're both very, very welcome. Thank you for your detailed presentations. I'm delighted to have you before us again. I have a little nephew who attends the local Irish medium school here in Strabane, and it really is it's great crack here, and I'm learning at such a young age, and particularly when sometimes I don't understand what he's saying. But it's a fantastic wee school, and they're due to get a new school in Strabane. I'm delighted to see those facilities improve. And the same with Oma, fantastic facility in Oma as well. Yeah. So delighted to have you both here. I'll fire the questions. You've identified a growing shortage of teachers for the Irish medium education. This appears to be a particular issue at post-primary level, especially in the STEM subjects. Recently, we were made aware that the Irish medium sector has a number of teachers who come from the south of Ireland. This came up last week at committee by the chairperson, I think, of the General Teaching Council. So with that said, is the Irish medium sector heavily dependent on teachers coming from the south of the island? That's the first question. Secondly, how many approximately would you have in the sector in its entirety? How many each year? So it's just general. And finally, would it be a major problem if this supply was disrupted by problems emanating from Brexit? So, thank you.
Yeah. I was going to, as a fellow Strabane man, I was going to pass over to my colleague. That one, Daniel, but thanks very much for the question.
Yeah, thanks, Daniel. And hope things continue to go well in the big smoke for Irish medium. We don't have exact figures. It's very hard to identify exact numbers of teachers that we have in the Irish medium sector who have trained and qualified in the south. I think anecdotally we could safely say that it's not that many at the minute. But to answer the third part of your question, I think it was, we wouldn't want to see the supply or the potential supply of teachers from the south to be hindered in any way, particularly if they're coming from a Gaeltacht area, which can only enrich the Irish medium sector. Our teacher supply issues do go beyond that, and it was addressed in again in a fair start, just this week, where they said there's a growing shortage of subject specialists in our schools, and they said particularly the case in Irish medium schools for what is a growing sector. So it was good to get that acknowledged in that report. This was also raised recently by COMEX, which is a committee of experts which oversees the implementation of the European Charter for regional or minority languages. So as part of our sectoral plan, and there's a link to the sectoral plan in the standing paper, or in the Patrick Shassid, the stand paper, we have identified...
As owner-director of the operation for nearly 25 years, you would think that I was safe in the knowledge that Airporter was fully integrated into the public transport network for Northern Ireland. You'd be surprised. We have won countless industry operation awards from innovation to customer service, and we were the first bus company in Ireland to provide online real-time reservations. Airporter created a new direct access route which wasn't there before, and have grown that business from 0 to 150,000 passengers per year. We are very much part of the connectivity infrastructure for the Northwest and have carried over 2 million passengers since 1997. We have a fleet of 16 vehicles, employ over 30 people, and travel over 2 million kilometres per year. In this time, we have never fallen foul of any operating legislation and have a very well-respected name in the industry. In any other business sector, this level of operational excellence and compliance would be celebrated and encouraged to grow, develop throughout the process.
Okay, it's disappeared now. Okay. Perhaps maybe see if he can reconnect. Aaron, we've lost Niall. Would Owen be in a position at this stage to maybe make his contribution, and we can come back to Niall when he reconnects?
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay.
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
You can't see me. I'm not sure why you can't see me. I've got my camera turned on. Anyway, as long as you can hear me, I suppose. So, good morning. Thanks to the chair and the committee for having us today. Just to give you a brief background on the Hammond Group, we're a specialist chilled transport and logistics company based in Achilles, just outside Lurgan. We specialise in Europe fresh produce sector. We have offices in transport in Rotterdam, Paris and Dublin, and we employ over 400 people. The context of why we're here today is that in 2017, we made an application to run an express service between Londonderry and Belfast. and also 5 other applications from other destinations across Northern Ireland. I wanted to give you a brief background on that and to give you a flavour of just how the department has progressively frustrated, obstructed and ultimately blocked our attempts to enter the market, despite our applications being in line with all policy, legislation, regulations, etc. For the sake of brevity, it's impossible to go into all the details, but I'm happy to expand on any that the committee might want more detail on, or to follow up with evidence of any of what we say here today. I've broken the process down into 5 phases that we've sort of gone through. The application process is supposed to be a straightforward process taking 8 weeks. It's been common practice, and it's implicit within the department's own guidelines, that if there isn't a similar service operating on the same route, then you should automatically be awarded that permit. So we put permit applications in, as I said, for 6 routes. That was May 2017, our first one went in. On July 2017, the department turned us down and refused our application for a Londonderry to Belfast route, and subsequently ignored all 5 other applications. We were forced into a judicial review. The department at this stage also failed to respond to a series of freedom of information requests, and the ICO did eventually issue a decision notice on these in July 2022. So as I say, we were forced into a judicial review. The judicial review papers went in October 2017, and it was settled by the department in February 2018. At that stage, they committed to a period of 6 weeks to make fresh redeterminations from February the 15th. So that would have brought us up to the end of March 2018. In April 2018, the department asked us to extend the process for 6 weeks to allow TransLink to present to Derry City Council, and we obliged. We did that in the spirit of cooperation, wanting to be partners of the department and TransLink for the next 10 to 15 years. Throughout the next 3 months, we were asked for considerable extra levels of information, including advice on station priority, access to the journey planner, ticketing, accessibility of vehicles, and so on. We provided detailed responses at every stage. That brought us up to the end of June, which was our last agreed date at that stage. Then there was a period of complete radio silence. The department ignored us for a period of 8 months, despite polite requests, despite us getting MLAs to write on our behalf, MPs to write to the permanent secretary. There was nothing. The department simply seemed to wait for something to come along, and it did so in the manner of the Northern Ireland Executive Formations and Exercise Functions Act. In February 2019, so a full year after we committed to redetermine our applications, they cited this act, and they said that in effect this could be or may be a matter for the minister, and they may not in effect make any decision at all. At that stage, they also committed to a new 4-step 12-week process. So again, that would have brought us up to the 10th of May 2019. That process only concluded just before Easter of this year. Throughout this period, we also approached the CMA, and the CMA made representations and met the department on our behalf. As Karen has alluded to, the tail end of this process coming up to March 2020 was when they started to change the process and tell the industry that they were in fact changing the process. What this has in effect done is raised a complete barrier, and it will make it impossible for anybody to make an application similar to our own again to have any chance of it being successful. From June, the department met to consider our applications. It was March of last year. Then in June, they passed the decision to the minister, and that was with the minister for another 10 months. On March, just before Easter this year, the department wrote to us to refuse all 6 of our applications. We met with them afterwards to get an explanation, and their explanation was simply that we did not supply sufficient evidence of demand. They provided a figure. They said that there was no question about having an impact on TransLink, and that didn't come into their decision-making process, which conflicted with the evidence that we believe that they gave to this committee in February of the previous year. So that's where we are, is that after 4 years, we have been refused all our applications on the pretext that we didn't supply sufficient evidence of demand. Now, the evidence of demand that we did supply was extensive. We followed the rules throughout and showed a high patience of goodwill. We supplied, as I said, robust evidence of demand in excess of that could be reasonably expected of any small to medium-sized private operator. We've been through a judicial review, been successful in that, and have been awarded costs. The department has reneged on its terms and settlements of that judicial review. We have seen the dates and goalposts continually shifted through almost 4 years. We have seen conflicting and misleading information provided to statutory stakeholders by the officers of the department, and we are now left in a position where, in Northern Ireland, to get an express service permit, it is considered a matter for the Minister, which I would suggest makes us a bit of a laughing stock in the rest of the United Kingdom. We have standard transport economics evidence and advice from one of the UK's leading experts in the field, labelled as insufficient to secure a permit on a vacant route. We have a legislative need in the 2011 Act to ensure fair competition, met with the statement, and I'll quote, "The panel are satisfied that there is no evidence the application would result in unfair competition." So that means their idea of fair competition is making sure that unfair applications are denied. And we have the department whose job it is, as a local authority, to going ahead with a wholly irrational and distorted reinterpretation of the 30-minute rule, which Karen alluded to earlier, which effectively spins the shutters down on any express service permits again. And all of this leads to a reduction in service provision in public transport in Northern Ireland that is unique within the United Kingdom and Ireland. And I would remind the committee that the transport survey from the department's own main reason that people cited that they would not travel is because it takes too long and the journey is quicker. That is the number one reason. And the only way to successfully get people out of their cars is to shorten journey times, to make it comparable to the car. And for inter-urban connectivity, that means express non-stop services of the type that we applied to do. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We have Niall back. Apologies for that, Niall. We seem to lose you. So
yes, I've been doing my best here to try to stay connected also, but I'll do my best to get through what I want to say, and if not, I would like to be able to submit it to the members. But essentially, I missed what Owen was saying, but I'm sure what I will say will only reiterate his frustrations. I mean, for ourselves, having had 25 years experience in the industry, we now exist under a license scheme that challenges our position to grow and means that we have to justify our existence on a 3-year basis. Under the new guidelines, the renewal process means that we will be treated as a new applicant and potentially open to all the changes that are listed in the reports we submitted. To put this in context, the financial agreement to purchase a new bus is typically 5 years, and you can imagine the challenges that this will provide when planning fleet rotation over a 3-year period. In total, there are 8 specific guideline changes that essentially turn our industry on our head. These changes not only raise the barriers of entry to the sector, but literally put at risk the existing operations who have created new routes and access across the province. As I mentioned, we've been operating for 25 years and have full intentions of being around for the next 25. But if these changes are not reviewed, we will continue to operate and live with the threat of the permit being withdrawn on a 3-year basis. I think if we look at the last 15 months have been extraordinary for both the government and society as we adjusted our lives through the pandemic. As coach operators, we were the first to be hit, and as business owners faced livelihood challenges with untold stress. Over the past 12 months, Bus and Coach NI has pursued a vigorous lobbying campaign to all walks of life and government. I'm quite sure if you didn't know Karen McGill 18 months ago, then I'm quite sure you'll know her today. It was essential that funding be provided to help the industry, and thankfully support schemes were created. The due diligence process throughout these schemes were certainly frustration to all, but I believe the end results produced a new beginning for our narrative of our sector and our government relations. We have never been more recognised or defined as an industry, both in terms of quality and the services provided across society, and in terms of quantity by defining the physical size of fleet and the social economic benefits to the province. Post-COVID, our sector has many challenges ahead, and the opportunity now is to build on these new relationships between them. We cannot allow the subvention invested in the industry so far to go to waste. It is abundantly clear that there's a huge disconnect between the governing guidelines to the industry and the aspirational vision of where we want to go. As a region, we have ambitious environmental targets for 2050 and a vision of a more carbon neutral society. It is clear Translink will not be able to do this on its own. The private sector will be required and the legislation will prohibit this. There is a tragic irony of the current situation. The new guidelines have gone to great length and depth to ensure longer consultation periods and having additional stakeholders to authorise new permits, and yet we were literally presented with the done deal. I am confident and hopeful, though, that we can revisit and shape more appropriate guidelines for future transport ambitions. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. And Eamon has joined us as well. Eamon, at this point, do you have anything to add?
Well, I'm just going to briefly give my perspective of what way we are being treated at the moment. Like Go On and the rest of all operators, we started applying for permits. Now, I'm operating a service over 20 years between Belfast and Newry. There was a gap in the market, and we started our service back in 2000. We built it back up to 700 passengers per day pre-COVID. During that period, just pre-COVID, we applied to add more additional services because the numbers were increasing. It took over 2 years for us to add a service on. So we like for Toxic, we had a 5 o'clock service and a 5:30, and we wanted to put a 5:15 in to cope with the numbers. 2 years it took. Again, we had to force the department to do a judicial review, and at the dying hour, they sent me a letter to say that they were going to grant me the licence. And lo and behold, in the meantime, Translink had set services in on top of the service times that I had applied for, which I thought wasn't appropriate. Now, I did raise this at a meeting a couple of months ago, and I was told by the department, that wouldn't happen again, that shouldn't have happened, blah, blah, blah. I've now discovered back in October, Translink now have added a 238B, and it is shadowing every one of my services between Belfast and Newry. And to me, it's predatory, and it's been facilitated by the department. And, for operators like ourselves to be treated like this, I don't think is appropriate. So that's my opinion on it anyway. Okay. And I'm sure Owen and the rest of the operators have been through the same process as I have. It's like getting your teeth pulled. Okay. That's all I have to say, really.
Okay, thank you. Thank all of you for your contributions this morning. As you'll be aware, we're going to be returning to this again next week. We have the departmental officials coming to the committee, and members felt that it would be useful to hear from the operators in advance of that, and certainly what you've said this morning is quite worrying, to say the least. Karen, you mentioned that you had a meeting on the 14th of April with officials. Was that in relation to have a discussion around this? What advanced knowledge did you know going into that meeting? Sorry, you're on mute.
Sorry. Before the meeting, we were sent a copy of the new draft guidance. That was it. Now, we hadn't met with the department probably for nearly 2 years previous to that. We had met during the meeting referred to by Owen with the Competition Markets Authority and the department. And as I say, we've had other meetings about different PSBAR compliance and whatever, but not about the new guidance or the change to the process.
Okay, so up until the 14th of April, you weren't aware that there were any changes being made to the guidelines at all?
No, they did mention during the meeting with the Competition Markets Authority that they had thought about introducing 2 more steps to the application process. And I raised concerns both there and in writing afterwards and said, how can you do that? All the applications are in under the current guidance, and that's where they have to be considered and how they have to be considered. Plus, why are you moving the decision to a panel? And why then, if the panel can't make a decision, does that go to the minister? Because that extends the process. And, you know, you're paid within your job description to do your job. You're now saying you're not fit to do that. You're going to move it to a panel. What is the experience of the panel and who will they be to make these decisions? And then you're telling me then even at their pay grade, they might not be able to make a decision. So we'll put that on to the minister. And that is how we're going to develop the network. And, you know, where a minister's portfolio is what it is, then we're going to give her the decision to make. So we couldn't understand that. And as I say, we didn't make any agreement and we opposed it greatly. Opposed it for the very obvious and very sensible reasons. I'd just like to come back to the point that we did not know that the minister had already been presented with a document to ask her to change the process. Now, we have asked for that and I have had that submitted. And I have gone through that and I have already responded because the submission to the minister was neither accurate or fair or transparent in terms of the whole process. It didn't mention the opposition from the private sector. It didn't mention our concerns whenever we had the verbal conversation. So the minister was given a set of, facts that weren't all facts. And I believe there was a certain amount of manipulation there. And I don't think the minister could have made another decision based on what she was given. And I think that's where our concerns are coming from. Why the department or the officials or whoever's working has decided that the private sector should not be part of it and that we should, introduce as many hurdles as we can. Because this is about developing the network for the people of Northern Ireland and allowing businesses to do what they do best. So why is that being made so complicated? Why did a submission go to the minister which didn't give the facts and didn't represent what the private sector felt? And why then on this new document are we being hindered even more? We're not even allowed to be part of the journey planner, even though, as I have submitted in the document which I've submitted to the department, we'd had this discussion with the Department for Infrastructure previously. We'd raised a lot of our concerns. And in February 2019, before Mr. McGrath, John McGrath, the then Deputy Permanent Secretary, left, he said that he had brought the team in, he discussed it with TransLink, and he'd asked the team to ensure that the process of applying for access to the journey planner was made available. Now, you would think that the department who owns the public transport provider and the network and everything surrounding that, they would want to develop a network of services for the passengers in Northern Ireland. And where they have, at the minute, 65 permits, they would want that information to be part of a journey planner so that all the people from the province could actually link in, that we could integrate, we could start the proper process of creating a better network with more flexible services and shortening journey times to get the people out of the car, to get them on to public transport. And that's where we don't understand where this is coming from.
Okay, can I just ask, because obviously this is being regarded as draft guidelines, so I'm just wondering what the status of this is and whether there was any explanation given to you by officials as to the status of it and whether there would be any consultation, and perhaps was that meeting of the 14th part of a consultation process?
It wasn't described as being part of a consultation process. It was just described as going through the new guidance. Now, the official that we have been dealing with obviously had presented that to us. We then met 2 weeks later when we had raised concerns with his superior, who is new to the department, I think last November, Jackie Robinson. And what she had said to us during that meeting is, look, we will meet together, we will consult and we'll look at the guidance. And I had to say to her at that time, well, look, we have already done all that. Stuart's already sent it out. We've already met with him and we've given our concerns. So she agreed at that point that we would need to have a look at it, but we haven't heard from them again, and that was in 4 or 5 weeks ago. So we really haven't heard anything since. I have subsequently written since that meeting about the submission to the minister and about the new determination that they have asked for from the departmental solicitors about the 30-minute rule.
Okay,
I couldn't understand why they needed that, but anyway.
If I could just say, sorry, Chair, I just want to point out that the department has told us that the process has changed without consultation. The consultation is limited to the wording of the guidelines, and that's what they've told us.
Okay, we'll maybe get some clarity from officials in relation to that then next week. Some of the points which you have raised that I suppose become sort of quite clear in the rebuttals that you've made to each point in trying to actually get a permit. And Owen, you have said that the process that you went through previously, you felt that officials frustrated and blocked the application, and obviously the new guidelines would not help any future application, but would perhaps frustrate it even further. And I suppose one of the headlines around this would be around proof of demand and evidence of demand. Up until this point, what was it that you needed to present in order to prove the viability of a route?
Okay, well, the process and the legislation just says that we need to provide evidence of demand. Doesn't give any detail. Now, the level of evidence of demand that we went to was very, very extensive. We did a full review of the legislation, the regulations, the guidelines, a review of Programme for Government, the Regional Development Strategy 2013, etc. We did a review of the existing service provision. And it's important to realise that TransLink at that stage did no express routes anywhere in Northern Ireland. There was only one express route anywhere in Northern Ireland, and that was the service operated by Eamon. We got advice from one of the UK's leading experts in the field, a chap called Professor Peter White of, I think, Westminster University, and he helped us with our detailed elasticities of demand model. We also used the NISRA settlement data. We also put that data into a spatial model, again, to try and model potential demand. We did a focus group also on the dairy route, and that was specifically to look at the tourists aspect of it and potential barriers to demand. So the evidence that we produced was robust. It was done to make sure, for us, from a business case point of view, first of all, this was a significant investment, £11 million over 5 years. So it was way in excess of what level could be reasonably expected of a private operator of small to medium size. The important thing as well to realise is the custom, as I said, and the working practice and the implication within it's implicit within the guidelines, where the service is vacant, it is normally awarded, and it's only really when there's another service of the same type operating on the same route that the evidence of demand really comes into play, as does that 30-minute rule. And I think it's also worth pointing out that similar to Eamon's experience, and again, we were warned going into this, we predicted how obstructive the department had been previously, could be, and would be. Less than 2 weeks after it settled our judicial review on the Londonderry to Belfast route, the department permitted TransLink to operate its first ever express route in Northern Ireland, and that was between Londonderry and Belfast. That was within 2 weeks of its settlement, at the start of the process when it was supposed to be redetermining hours. We only found that out sometime later. And the department and Translink has also put express or direct services on almost every route which we applied to do. The routes that we were told there was no demand for initially. I would also, we part of the plan was we did all the express routes and we were putting an express service into Scotland. And I must say, the difference between Northern Ireland and Scotland is like chalk and cheese. We are in the Travel Line Scotland website, no problem. All we have to do is supply a timetable and access to the bus station in Glasgow. All we have to do is provide our timetable and pay our on-stance fees, and they couldn't be more helpful.
Okay, thank you. Can I call Cathal Boylan?
Thanks, Sharon, and you're all once again. You're all welcome back. Karen's good to see you again. And Owen. No, I just want to clarify some points, obviously, and some questions for Owen as well. But Karen, primarily yourself, Daniel, and Ian first. Say in terms of in your briefing, you've mentioned the 30-minute rule and the interpretation of that and how it's changed under the new guidance. So, could you give us a wee bit of a better understanding that exactly what impact that has in terms of regular stopping service and express services, on a shared route?
Okay.
And just that point first, the three is like to comment, not there.
Well, okay, I'll maybe late as I would normally do. Look, in the job that I do, when one of my members or an operator comes to me and asks, I was thinking about a service, am I able to apply for it? I should be able to look at the legislation, the suitability of the route, if there's any other people or incumbent operators on it, how the needs of the people will be met, and there's certain criteria, and I can look at that and I should be able to say, yeah, that's fine. The big thing, and the thing that everybody knows, and my child at 3.5 knew it when she was here, was the 30-minute rule. Because where you have a service, where you have 2 stage carriage, or regular stopping as they are now, if you have an existing stage carriage service and somebody else applies for another stage carriage service on the same route, he cannot have it unless there's a 30-minute time difference, okay? Now, if there's that same stage carriage route and an express application comes in, because it's an express service which offers the passenger different service, then that is all. There's no time buffer. There is no 30-minute rule applied where that is, and that's, I think, what Owen is referring to. So that's what you need to look at then, and that obviously everybody knew the 30-minute rule. Where you have express services and you have 2 express services, then you have a 30-minute close or 30-mile closed door element. But that effectively, in simple terms, is that it's a time buffer to provide that protection of the incumbent for a new operator coming on. And I think that's where Owen and Eamon have both referred to, services maybe coming on board for them. So it's a 30-minute time buffer.
Right, okay. No, and I appreciate that. Now the real question, I'll let the other members come in a minute, whoever wants to respond. I take it these changes weren't wanted by the industry. That's one point. I mean, my real point is this here. What do you think the purpose of this change was, or their change in interpretation was? And he's like to respond to relation to that.
Well, look, I'll just be blunt and I'll be quick here. I think it was to keep the industry out. There was no real need for the change. It was established. It's fair, and I don't understand why they went for a redetermination within the departmental sisters. I think it was to block. I personally do. Whether that's right or wrong, I don't see any other reason for it.
To nail the name because of another point for one, but just to nail the name for now.
Well, I mean, Cal, if I can explain, as a permit holder for the last 25 years, and as I was explaining, countless miles and passengers, we still now are going into a brand new world where we don't know if we can look past 3 years. They've actually taken a very defined document of guidelines and created a more spurious document that is very difficult to follow and challenge. And so to be living in that type of circumstance, never mind operate a business, employ people, plan for the future, it's very difficult. So I struggle to see how the current guidelines would encourage a more interactive and iterative public transport system as we move forward.
And Ian, would you like to comment, please?
Yeah, the 30-minute rule was how I operated between Newry and Belfast. When I looked at the setup, again, 20 years ago, the Translink ran a service in Newry, Loughbrickland, Banbridge, Dromore, Hillsborough, Sprucefield, Belfast, 2-hour journey. They had no passengers getting on in Newry, and I put a service on, and within a couple of years we were filling our buses. The reason being is that we were running directly from Newry, we had our doors closed in Newry, and we were in the city 50 minutes later. This 30-minute rule, if it's done away with, it'll obliterate me. That's what it's set up to do. It's set up to take us off the road. Once that 30-minute rule comes up, in 3 years' time, when I go to look for my permit again, they're going to turn around and say, sure, TransLink are doing it. See you later. Simple as that. It's all set up. They're all been, what do you call it? The dominoes are all been set up for them to fall in a couple of years' time when we reapply for our permits. That's my opinion anyway.
No, and that's fair enough, folks, and that's why I've posed the question. I mean, clearly the officials are coming up, and in terms of yourselves, I mean, if we need any other information, whatever, we'll definitely come back. But Owen, I want to pick up on your point there, and obviously you can comment maybe on the 30-minute rule as well. But this issue of the determination is supposed to take in 6 weeks and took over 2 years, and you've experienced them now over a number of years. I mean, how did the department explain that gross delay in making the determination, or what did they say?
There was really no valid explanation given. There was, in that 6 weeks, which I explained when we had the terms of settlement of the Justice Review, we agreed to an extension to allow TransLink to present to Derry City Council. So that's been the only one. There was a period, again, I think it was an 8-month period of just, they completely ignored us, just didn't do a thing. That seemed to coincide with the arrival of the new permanent secretary. They just waited for something to come along. They latched on to the, as I say, the Northern Ireland Executive Functions Act. It's really difficult in England, Scotland, Wales, and I believe in the Republic of Ireland. An express service you wouldn't even need a permit for, and in Great Britain you don't even need to register it. It's really laughable here that we have these barriers. These barriers were all stamped out in the rest of the United Kingdom over 40 years ago. And the 30-minute rule, just to be clear on it, what in effect the department are saying here is that if there's any bus at all operating along the route within 30 minutes either side of it, so that gives you an hour window, you can't even operate a different type of service, an express service. And again, I would go back to Northern Ireland sits out like a saucepan handle. We are the only place in Europe that doesn't have express coach services between urban centres. And it's not just in terms of the fairness of the applications. It's actually hurting transport in Northern Ireland. And it's also stretching TransLink services and diluting the bus services in Northern Ireland as well. And it's no wonder most of those services are in chronic decline.
So basically what you're saying, or what I'm reading from yourself, clearly in terms of the determination, there's no clear clarification, verification, or validation in why they took that decision in the delay itself. And also, obviously you feel them in terms of 30-minute rule, they're moving the goalposts. Do you feel that?
Yeah. I mean, the 30-minute rule is only one of a set of many goalposts. I mean, I think it was last February that the department advised this committee that it would have a significant impact on TransLink if we were to be awarded these. They quoted, I believe, a figure of £2.2 million. That figure evaporated. So they've told us that we weren't denied it because of any impact on TransLink. It's because we didn't show enough evidence of demand. And I can provide the committee with copies of any of the applications that we put in, and I would challenge anybody to come to the same conclusion that was insufficient evidence of demand, as the department have subsequently come to. So we just get a series of different excuses trotted out at every stage. So it's to prolong it, and it's to come to the same business decision that we have come to, is there is no point in trying to invest in public transport in Northern Ireland. All you will get is pain and loss of time, loss of resources over many, many years. And if these people are prepared to waste millions in inefficiency left, right and centre, they're not going to care about paying £30,000-40,000 costs for judicial review after judicial review after judicial review. So we've been entirely blocked. And what I would be calling on is for the committee to ask the Competition and Markets Authority to do a formal investigation into how the public transport sector is operated within Northern Ireland.
Well, listen, Owen and Karen and Niall and Eamon, thanks very much. I mean, I want to just pick on those points because I know all the members have a lot of different points, and you're right. It's across the board in terms of guidance and interpretation. So there's other members will have different questions. I just want to concentrate on those two. But thank you very much for your responses, and you know, we'll continue to work with you, and obviously we'll have a discussion at the end of this meeting with the committee and the committee chair to see where we want to go forward. But thank you for your answers. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Ms Anderson?
Thank you, Chair. And Niall, as you said, Karen has definitely become a old name, I think, among many elected representatives. I didn't know it at all. And it feels like it has me on speed dial. But, I do want to acknowledge the lobbying that she's done and the sterling work that the sector has done. And I also want to acknowledge the importance, Niall, of Airporter, you know, for Derry in the Northwest. Like I had a constituent 2 days ago that I had to literally get on the Airporter to get to the airport for, you know, quick turnaround, somebody very ill in hospital in England. And just having that service, it's a highly valued and needed service. And I'm actually gobsmacked, you know, that you have to live with a potential withdrawal permit on a 3-year basis, all of you. And I think how the department expect Airport or any other transport business to effectively operate under such a precarious cloud hanging over you all. I just want to put that on record that listening to you today, I didn't think I would get any more shocked dealing with yourselves in terms of how you've been treated by the department throughout the COVID pandemic and the issues that we had dealt with, particularly as you had been trying to get access to much needed grant. And then hearing all this today is quite shocking. Can I ask Owen, because when you were recounting the judicial review and the department settling that and then effectively ignoring you for years, like, are you of the view, like, was it to buy time to put in place a block so that we didn't have to address the issue? Because I can't understand anyone involved in a judicial review with the department settling it. One would expect that the determination that would be made would be then to your satisfaction. So I can't understand the way you have been treated and how the outcome has come about the way it did.
Yeah, and it is shocking. And effectively, what we've got here is a department, I would argue, in contempt of a High Court settlement. I suppose we say I broke it into the different periods. Initially, they were asking us for more information. They were asking for advice on, believe it or not, they said there's no process for determining what services should be given priority at publicly funded bus stations. So they were asking us for advice on it. We're supposed to be just not better and not doing that. We happily did it. We happily told them about how we were getting into Google Trans and those sorts of things. So there's an immense amount of information that we passed over, and Karen will have seen much of what we did. So that brought us up to that sort of period where they said, look, will you allow TransLink to present to Derry City Council? Now we were in this for 10 years, and I can be frank now about our business plan. We didn't expect to even break even for the first 2.5 years, and only to turn to pay the debit off after 4 years. So we were in this for 10 to 15 years. We wanted a good relationship with TransLink and the department, because the way this should work is you plug into the network. They should be able to use TransLink services for first and last mile. And what I mean by that is a bus into Derry Foyle Station and then get our Expresstown and maybe use the glider up if they're going to Andersonstown, East Belfast, Titanic, etc. So we acceded to that and we agreed to it. We want to show goodwill and give them the benefit of the doubt. But then that period where we were just ignored for 8 months, we had MLAs and MPs or MP writing to the permanent secretary and just ignored. There it sort of became clear that they weren't really interested. There'd been a distinct change of tone. We had this thing about the minister. We tried to argue through being rational about it and reasonable about it. And as well, we should have been one of the best pieces of news for TransLink. They're going into their new service agreement. The legislation actually says they're to be awarded most, which means over half. They're effectively awarded, 90, they're 100%. And there is a reason why they don't do express services, and that's because they don't qualify for all the subsidies that TransLink services do as bus services. So in terms of revenue support, that sort of support, or capital support as well. So we try to be rational with them, try to argue with them, say, look, you don't want to go into a second judicial review. But one of the points that then we had were because they weren't making a decision, it made it difficult for us to trigger a judicial review. And that was the advice that we were getting from solicitors. So us being accommodating and allowing TransLink had become a problem for us from a legal trigger point of view. And then you go into a minister, you put in so much effort, and you just have to keep going. So we just had to wait until a decision was made. And that decision was communicated to us in March, just before Easter. And honestly, I'd like to submit the paper that we received. The quality of it is incredibly poor. The statement on fair access to public transport is just absolutely contorted. And it's absolutely, I described it in the meeting cameras there, asymmetric to the level of information, the quality of data, evidence of demand that we were putting in. Simple message we got back from the department. But in a way, Martina, I think that was part of the message, is that no matter how much effort you put in, we only have to put in a minimal amount of effort to block you. And that's the message we got.
And are you considering opening up another legal avenue? Because it seems to be, from what you have recounted there, that it is in breach of a High Court ruling. That the department would seem to be in breach of a High Court ruling. Is that something that solicitors are exploring?
Well, I think they are in breach. And we have talked to our solicitors. As I said, we're a transport company. We took the decision to diversify into Northern Ireland. That was a riskier strategy. £11 million investment, 75 jobs. Yes, we could mount a legal challenge, but the outcome of that is probably is to force them to make another redetermination. Again, we were prepared when we went into this for 2 judicial reviews. That's what we expected, but we expected them to be within 2 years. It's not reasonable for us to go forward. I think, for us, we're finished with the process. It's clear we've been blocked. We've been unfairly blocked. And I think it was a message to the wider industry to say, look, if Hammonds can't get it with all the resources that they put in, don't even bother asking. And the 30-minute rule that they've changed is just incredible. The audacity of doing that. In fact, if you think a bus could go down one route and block an express route on the same, as I say, it works everywhere else in Europe. Express services. It's in the programme for government, rapid intra-urban connectivity. The transport economics of demand show it. And again, probably I should have said at the outset, is in a former role I worked for TransLink. One of the things I did work on was elasticities of demand.
For a briefing on area planning on the 7th of July. And I think it might be useful to write to the department just in advance of that and just set up some questions about a bespoke or sectoral approach to Irish medium education. The witnesses also discussed a matter that will be really interesting for your next evidence session this morning, which is that the CCA oral exam is going to be omitted, or a language exam is going to be omitted from exams this year. And that obviously has a knock-on impact on a sector which is so strong in oral language skills. So in particular, they were suggesting that members might ask how that decision was arrived at and whether there was consultation with the sector. So they didn't seem to be aware of having been contacted about that in advance. The issue then of supply of teachers to the sector was quite well rehearsed, and I'm not sure, is that a matter for GTC or perhaps just the department centrally, about difficulties, particularly in post-primary schools, of securing teachers in STEM subjects. So not only needing teachers who are qualified in Irish, but teachers who are qualified in those subjects which are so key economically. So there's a lack of subject specialists, and the sectoral plan identifies workforce needs for the sector. So there were calls for specialist STEM, PGCE course and DIP Ed, an uplift for the number of places for Irish medium PGCE and DIP Ed pathways, conversion courses for teachers who have Irish language skills but are maybe not qualified to the required standard, and the relationship that has with the Convention on Minority Languages. There was also interesting material then about comparative approaches in other jurisdictions and how bilingual education is supported in the likes of Wales and Scotland, Catalonia and the Basque Country. SEN provision was a matter as well, which might be worth writing to the EA about, members. Just in respect of siblings being split up because the Irish medium sector can't provide SEN resource. So again, a kind of strategic blockage there. And also it was cited that bilingual education is particularly beneficial for children with special educational needs. The resourcing then for early years interventions. Again, you can't get the resources or the professionals, educational psychologists, learning support centres with the language background. And I mean, obviously some of this is going to be subject to resource, but the default position in our education system is that Irish medium schools have got these supports and that everyone can understand. There was a specific call actually just for the common funding formula to support Irish medium pupils to a greater financial level. So per head, it's currently £121 per child per year. And the witnesses were commenting that there's a lot of disadvantage and lack of resource, and that they would argue for funding analogous to that of traveller children or newcomer children or service personnel. So the committee is also having a common funding formula update on the 7th of July from the department. So maybe that's a question to bookmark for then. So that's me, Claire.
Okay, members content and agreed with all of the information and action set out? Agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Yes, sure. I have to say I really enjoyed that presentation and the honesty with which the two gentlemen approached this today. I thought it was very, very good and reassuring. I got some clarification on points raised last week, which I felt were inaccurate last week. And it's interesting that we have witnesses that are making assertions without actually going to seek if it's a fact or not. You know, the very fact that there was no approach made shows quite a lot, in my opinion. What Mr. Sherwood.
It's an important function of the committee to be able to platform different and engage with different representative bodies in the education sector to try and play a constructive role. So I'm glad that was possible as well. And look, I'm sure all of us can't wait to be engaging with schools, in a more direct way, and that gives us a flavour for some of the great work that's going on in our schools that we'll be able to engage with in due course, hopefully.
Chair, I think it points out as well another reality that really needs to be looked at, and today was a good starting block to that. It is one of the fastest growing. It is the fastest growing sector, education sector, fast growing sector in education in Northern Ireland. And when you tap down into some of the real issues from the Education Authority, C2K, SIA, there's real disparity there that needs to be resolved. That the sector needs more support, and in my opinion, from what I've heard today, the support they've received to date is inadequate, and they've managed to make major progress with such inadequate resources and support. So that's a triumph for them, and I have to say I'm very, very pleased at how positive that engagement was today. Very, very good.
All similar to the integrated sector as well, and hopefully the independent review will identify some key actions that can be taken to provide the type of support that we've heard is necessary. Conscious time going on. Yeah, Pat, briefly, I need to move us on. Pat?
Yeah, and it's just around the statutory duty, and I think there's a statutory duty there that clearly isn't being adhered to. When you see all the deficits in the Irish medium sector, it's clear to me that statutory duty is being ignored. When you see that there isn't even a level playing pitch, let alone extra resources being provided for the unique challenges that arise in the Irish medium sector. And I think it's something that the independent review needs to comment seriously on. Thanks.
Okay, members, I'll move us on to agenda item 6 and our briefing from SIA, the Council for the Curriculum Examinations and Assessment, on this year's awarding arrangements, appeals and contingency plans. Can I ask Assembly Broadcasting to remove members from the spotlight and to add our witnesses? Can I also refer members to a clerk's brief in tabled papers, a briefing paper from SIA at page 27, and welcome Tommy O'Reilly, Chairperson of SIA, Margaret Farraher. I've got you listed as Director of Education, Margaret, but if I'm not wrong, I think you're elevated to acting CEO at this moment in time. You can correct me accordingly in your presentation. Amanda Swan, Temporary Director of Examinations. Michael Macaulay, Business Manager for Qualifications. You're all very welcome this morning, and I can advise you that you have up to 10 minutes to make an opening statement, followed by questions from members. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to attend today's committee. And I am accompanied by the SIA's Interim Chief Executive, Margaret Farraher, and also, as you say, Amanda, and also Michael. We've been asked to provide a briefing on the 3 areas that you've covered. But before starting to address those areas, I think it's important to acknowledge that the past 12 months have been extremely difficult and challenging for students and their families. There's no doubt that the mental health and well-being of young people has been greatly impacted by the pandemic, and supporting young people as we come out of the current restrictions will continue to be a major challenge for all of us involved in education. I'd also like to commend everyone involved in our schools and colleges, and in particular our teaching profession, for their hard work, commitment and patience as they have worked through these exceptional circumstances. So let's first of all provide an update on the awarding arrangements for summer 2021. Since we last met the committee on the 24th of March, we've been supporting the grading process with a great deal of preparation and support activity to assist centres as they commence the process of finalising the grades in accordance with the Head of Centre guidance issued by SIA. I don't plan to go into all the details, which I understand has been included in your brief pack. What I can say is that there's been a substantial programme of engagement with school leaders, subject teachers, teaching unions, with a specific objective of ensuring there was a full understanding of how centres were to implement the Head of Centre guidance. SIA staff have paid particular attention to supporting senior leaders in schools, whether that be through social media or, more importantly, the fortnightly principal meetings. There's also been an extensive array of guidance documentation produced for centres and for individual subjects, which has proved extremely popular, evidenced by the number of downloads from the SIA website. That guidance, alongside actual assessments, have also been produced in Irish, and they've also been modified to accommodate access arrangements. I can confirm that all A-level and AS Centre determined grades were received on time on the 21st of May, with the GCSE grades due for submission this Friday. This will complete the first 3 stages of the 5-stage model announced by the Education Minister in March, and on which the committee had received an earlier briefing on how SIA planned to manage the implementation of the summer 2021 awards. We are further ahead in the awarding process than other jurisdictions, which is a considerable achievement and testament to our teachers' professionalism and dedication during this period of time. The next step of the process, step 4, focuses on SIA's review of the centre evidence and grade outcomes before awards are published in August. That will now be our priority for the next 3 months. The committee also asked us to address the quality assurance of the centre determined grade policies for this year's awards. I can confirm for the committee that all centres have complied with the requirements set out in the Head of Centre guidance and submitted their centre determined grade policies to SIA. Centres have not previously been required to do this type of report, this type of policy, and to support them, SIA took steps to ensure the process of developing the policy was open, understandable, and the deadlines achievable. Colleagues from the Education Authority and the Council for Catholic Maintained Schools also provided support to SIA, with their school development staff holding meetings with heads of centres to discuss their approach to the development of the centre determined grades. Once submitted to SIA, all of the policies from the 283 centres were assessed against 17 criteria. Where SIA's senior staff reviewed identified issues, they followed up with virtual meetings with the head of centre to discuss the findings, and the centres were then asked to resubmit their policies within 48 hours for a further review. I'm aware that the committee has been provided with information on the main areas which required further work, and my colleagues will be happy to answer any questions the committee have on this or any other aspect of the quality assurance process. As Chair of SIA, I'm pleased to confirm to the committee that all 283 centre-determined grade policies now comply fully with the requirements laid out in the Head of Centre guidance document. Turning now to the post-result service, or more familiarly referred to as appeals in other years. It's our hope that with the level of guidance and support that has been provided, that teachers' professional judgments will accurately reflect the standard on which students are performing, and the students will have confidence in the grades they've been awarded. However, we also appreciate, as is the case every year, that some students may wish to challenge the grade that has been awarded. To facilitate, there will be a post-results process which will align with the agreed approach outlined in the Joint Council for Qualifications guidance published on behalf of all the awarding organisations. At a high level, the post-results process will have 2 stages, with the first stage being a review of the grade at centre level, with the second stage being the student having the right to appeal to SIA as the awarding organisation. The review of the grade at centre level aims to quickly identify and correct any administrative or procedural errors that made by the centre, and in the interest of fairness, the centre will ensure that students have access to all of the necessary documentation and information to allow them to decide whether to request a review. If a student remains dissatisfied, they can appeal to SIA, where our most senior examiners will independently review information provided in support of a student's appeal. One additional point to note is that SIA will be waiving the costs of appeals for the second year running, so that no student faces any barriers when engaging with this important process. Given the importance of the appeals, both SIA and the Department of Education agreed it was necessary to gather stakeholder feedback on the proposals for this service, and the most appropriate way to do this was through a public consultation. This closed on the 20th of May with 839 responses received, and I think the committee received the infographics in terms of the outcome of that consultation process. We have also engaged with heads of centres, teachers' unions, NICI, Parentkind in relation to the appeals process for summer 2021, and received broad support for the proposals. We plan to publish the post-results service guidance no later than the 7th of June, There's a lot of detail behind what I've outlined today, and my colleagues will be happy to provide more detail of the responses and any follow-up questions. Turning to the third area which the committee has asked for brief, members will be aware that the Education Minister made a statement to the Assembly on the 17th of May outlining the arrangements for SAES qualifications for 21-22 academic year. Central to this announcement is the planned return to public examinations for SAES qualifications. To quote the Minister, a planned return to public examinations is not, however, a return to business as usual. As a result, and mindful of the many challenges and disruptions experienced by our young people, there will be significant reductions in assessments across a range of SAES qualifications. I don't plan to talk about all of the changes just now, but just given the time constraints, but perhaps just to highlight some of the key elements. One assessment will be omitted from the majority of GCSE, AS and A-level qualifications in 2022. SAES will select what is to be omitted to provide a consistent and equitable approach. A student's overall grade will be determined by their performance in the unit or units that they sit. If they choose to sit all of the examinations, they can do so, but there is no obligation to do so. Any student who sits all of the units will be awarded the higher grade from either all of the units or only half the mandatory units. SAES A-level awards in 2022 will be made on the basis of the candidate's performance.
Standalone department that made the decisions on the bus permit application. Now, for some reason, those parts of the Act were never enacted. Neither was the part which would allow grants to be paid to the private sector. Those, for some unknown reason, and one would have to ask that too, why they were not enacted. So in the meantime, you have a department that owns a network and owns TransLink and actually has agreement with them that is making the decisions on other services coming in, and they're treating it not as a complementary thing to their service, but as they're frightened of it, and they're treating it as if it's the enemy coming in, and that whole protection attitude, that has to stop. And we need to see why we don't have the proper standalone department and why things aren't done with the vision and with the absolute concentration and focus on developing the network for the people of Northern Ireland. So, there's a whole lot more the department needs to answer in terms of determinations where the standalone decision-making department is and why they look fearfully at any applications that go in for permits.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly the sense I'm getting, Karen, from listening to you all here and from reading the brief. I mean, it makes no sense when something that has worked so well for so long is now, the barriers that are being put up are just beyond belief. And I think, what really screams out at me as well is that rural connectivity is massive in all of this as well. And I know that TransLink probably don't have the resource to deliver the service that the private operators can do, and I know Owen mentioned even just some of the areas that they're trying to replicate the type of service that Eamon is able to do at this end of the 6 counties. So, it's all of that, and it doesn't make sense to me in my mind why they make it's been made so difficult. I suppose just my final question, it's come back to just the situation that Hannans have had. And I know in the brief, Owen, you stated that it wasn't clear whether the decision to refuse was made by the Minister or officials. But I know that since then you have met with the department. Has that been clarified, or are you still not sure where that decision came from?
No, that was clarified, and it was the Minister who made the decision. That's what the department told us at the meeting we had, I think it was sometime in April.
Yeah.
And again, they put words into the Minister's mouth that she equates empty seats on a bus service that stops 15 times between Enniskillen and in Belfast, comes off the main route twice, has no toilet on board, doesn't want pre-booking. Because there's empty seats in that shows there's no demand for an express that would provide all those things. So, I mean, I don't know how they've got away with doing this, but yes, they've confirmed it was the Minister that made the decision.
And just as you're saying that, has that assessment been made in the context of COVID, or is this looking at pre-COVID figures?
In what context are this?
In terms of empty seats?
Yeah, no, nothing to do with COVID. There was no implication of COVID. Again, one of the things that we put in was, as part of our evidence of demand, was an analysis of Translink goal-line timetables. So we compared them from 15 years previous to the time that we were doing the analysis. And what it showed was where there was no degree of contention, i.e. no private operator in, they hadn't changed their timetables one bit. Whereas on the Derry route, because you had chambers, they increased their route by 66%. They also slashed their fare there by about 50% on the 40 journeys. On the Eamons route, they improved their offering by 66%. And on the Dublin offering, we had 2, maybe 3 other private operators came in. They had more than trebled their service offering. So that's the revealed response to a bit of contention. And indeed, I think it was the Office of Fair Trade appeared before this committee's predecessor to say what you have is an operator who has slumped into a comfortable inertia. The customers that we would attract.
Evidence sources, it is important to give students the opportunity, a recent opportunity, to demonstrate whether or not they had progressed. And I think school and college leaders were really keen to use the assessment resources with that intention. So I think there were very good intentions behind school and college leaders grabbing the opportunity, if you like, when students return, to use the resources. But we have also had the feedback from some students that they perhaps found the level of assessment quite intense. And again, as Tommy said, that's a point that we can reflect on, I think, if we find ourselves in this position next year. We talk regularly to the principals. As you know, I think we've got the fortnightly update meetings. As soon as we heard that students were feeling a little overwhelmed with the level of assessment, we did give that feedback to them, to ask them perhaps to communicate why they were assessing and reassure students. And I do think principals did that. But, I do acknowledge as well, a lot has happened in a very short space of time. I think everyone has been uncertain about whether or not there would be further outbreaks of COVID. We certainly had schools telling us they had to close just before Easter and after Easter. So I do think that there was a keenness, shall we say, to get more evidence available to demonstrate the progress that students had made to support their grades this year.
Okay.
Sure, maybe I think she's got some helpful information for you.
Okay.
Yeah,
thanks. A few other questions, so we'll keep moving as well. But thank you. Yes, go ahead.
So now we've had a chance to actually review the centre determined grade policies. So obviously there were 283 of those. Across those, the most referenced assessment is actually coursework and controlled assessment, which was a replacement for coursework for GCSE. And then the CA assessments and class tests, were also highly used. But it's also important to note that homework was actually referenced in 223 of those policies, which is nearly 80%. So I think, we're looking at some of the concerns raised at earlier committees. It was around work done out of school, not being considered. But the review of the policies do show, a strong use of work that has been completed at home. Thank you.
Okay. I appreciate that information, and I imagine other members will wish to come in on it as well. So my next question in terms of this year's appeals, Tommy, would be why are we getting this information so late in the term, and what impact has the timing of these announcements had on the nature of assessment to which students have been subjected this year?
Well, I think, Chair, in terms of, whenever we sent it, they had a centre guidance. We very clearly said that at that time that we were going to be working on the appeals process over the next number of months. That's what we've been doing. We've been consulting very widely with the profession. We've been also working with other jurisdictions. And really what we've been trying to do is get the appeals ready so that before the schools close, that they would then be available to the schools. And the target date is to get them out this week. And that's what we're trying to do. That's the plan at the moment. So it's almost finalised. I had to carry through the consultation process, and that's now been completed as well.
Okay, what what is the extent of the pressure that we've put on teachers to deliver within these timescales?
I think, do you mean the overall timescales, Chris, in terms of when the announcement was made to cancel exams, or do you mean specifically on...
Yeah, the centre assessments, and then work into the appeals process. What's the nature of the additional ask we're placing on teachers in terms of their role in this assessment and appeals process?
I think in terms of managing the assessments, that was one of the reasons why I think the department was really keen that we provided as many SEER assessment resources as possible, so that there were available high quality resources that teachers could tailor rather than creating extra resources. So I hope that has helped a little. I think it's been really impressive, as we all know, that teachers have risen to the challenge and been willing to gather the evidence to support the submission of the census-determined grades. And as Tommy said, we are ahead of all other jurisdictions, and all the grades came in on time for the 21st of May, which is, a fantastic achievement. But it has been hard work for teachers, and I think we are very mindful of that at SEER, and we've taken a lot of care in trying to develop the post-results service, the appeals service, in a way that reduces as much as is possible any impact on teachers, school leaders and exams officers. So I think the process was probably clear from the consultation that we launched earlier in May. But I do hope that when the guidance is issued, hopefully later this week, at the latest the 7th of June, it will be well received. We have had very positive feedback from principals as we've been sharing what the process looks like with them through our principal update meetings, and also the teacher unions and parent line and the secondary student union council and the
Okay.
The Minister made an announcement earlier this week in respect of additional resources for schools and for teachers to help them deal with the appeals process during the summer.
Okay, I think it is important though that we recognise the pressure that teachers have been put under in these unique circumstances, and the titanic effort that has been made to make sure that those fair and appropriate grades are secured for the pupils that have been through so much as well. Can I ask what specifically can a pupil do if they disagree with the grade awarded, and how rigorous will the appeals mechanism be for pupils?
Yeah, okay, so if the student is unhappy with their grade, we set out, different reasons as to why they might feel the grade is inappropriate. So the key step is to talk to their centre, explain they do want a review of their grade. That can be on the basis of an admin error, a procedural error, or they're not happy with the grade in terms of academic judgment. We've designed a form which I hope is very easy to use and clearly sets out why the student is not happy with their grade. The centre will then undertake a check to make sure they haven't made any admin or procedural errors, and then they may decide that they have made an error and that the grade does need to be changed. If they determine that there has been no error, but the student is still dissatisfied, then the process will come to SEER, and then SEER will look at the grounds for the student being dissatisfied with the grade. So that could be because of an admin error, procedural error, or not happy on the basis of academic judgment.
I think that's an important change from last year. To be fair, Margaret, I'm assisting with an appeal in June 2021 from last year in my assessment because of difficulties with a centre response. So I think that is an important change, that students will be able to have recourse to SEER in relation to those appeals. Can I ask then, in relation to this year as well, why grades awarded for AS levels will not be included in awarding A2 grades?
Yeah.
Well, I take that, Margaret? Yeah. So thank you for that question, because it's really important that the message around why we can't do it is out there. So in a normal year, the marks obtained for AS are combined with the marks with A2 units to give an overall mark and grade for A level. So we considered a range of options in SIA, because if we could have done it safely and fairly, we would have been very keen to do so. The first was to ask teachers to actually award a mark. So if we take AS Science, one of the sciences as an example, there are 5 grades to be awarded. So in SIA, I'm really confident that we could have a standardised approach with teachers across those 5 grades using grade descriptors as the mark. And we're starting the review process, and it looks like that is going really well. If we had changed that to say to teachers, I need you to give me a mark out of 240 available marks, there's no way we could have ensured any consistency across schools, because public exams weren't going ahead, and also the marking would not have been standardised. So moving on then, secondly, we considered would there be a fair way of estimating a mark for students to combine into their A2. And we looked at using the top of a grade boundary, the middle of a grade boundary, and the bottom of a grade boundary. So we discounted using the bottom and the middle of a grade boundary because it just disadvantaged way too many students. So the only thing left to consider was using the top of a grade boundary and awarding everybody the highest available mark, within a grade. So we modelled giving everyone the highest mark. However, unfortunately, this skewed the mark distribution towards the top end and created a significant grade inflation at A level that wouldn't have been acceptable. So in order to manage the grade inflation, then we would have had to adjust the A-B boundaries on the A2 units to bring outcomes in line with what would be reasonable and acceptable to regulators. But unfortunately, the way A star is graded, because you have to achieve 90% of the overall uniform marks in the grade A overall, that actually it had a really negative effect on A star outcomes, and in some subject areas the outcomes at A star, through the modelling would have gone down in double figures. So therefore there was no fair way to action it going forward. So but in finishing, the AS grades issued in the summer, they're still, worth what they were in previous years. For moving on to jobs, university applications, and letting students know how they've got on. So they're still a real grade, they're still worth exactly what they were in previous years. They just can't be amalgamated safely and fairly to contribute to the A level, the overall grade.
Okay. I think other members might want to bring that up as well. I hope that we'll touch on why there's been no omission in the maths GCSE for next year and why speaking has been omitted from language, but I'll see if other members have an opportunity to ask some of those questions and bring in Deputy Chairperson Pat Sheehan, MLA.
Thanks, Chair, and you've just set me up nicely for my question around the omission of the oral element in the languages. I come to this as someone whose 2 daughters, aged 9 and 5, are multilingual. Both of them speak 4 languages each. And I mean, we had the Corley Nagale Scully Act giving evidence to the committee just before yourselves. And Kieran McGillivray, the chief executive, when I put this question to him about the omission of the oral element, responded, well, what's a language without it being spoken? And I suppose the question is, how can you assess language acquisition if you can't assess the spoken element of it? So I'd like to hear your response to that. Thanks.
Okay, shall I start and other colleagues might want to come in. So thank you for the question. I think, if we reflect back on when we held the consultation on the 2021 options to try and, manage whether or not we needed to look at the exam arrangements. I talked then, I guess, with the committee about us being really keen to reduce the assessment burden on students. So I think we're all aware that the students who will be taking their A2s next year, they have now missed, 2 sets of examinations. There's a lot of apprehension and nervousness, I think, in the system about taking public examinations. So I think the overall package of omitting units for most GCSEs, AS and A2 qualifications is a really positive step, and I'm really pleased that students, through the Secondary Students' Union are also very pleased. With languages, it's really difficult because of the structure of the qualification. So, it's kind of divided into all of its important skill areas, so writing, reading, and speaking elements. And of course, by having the optional omitted unit, it is optional. So there is no compulsion to omit the unit that SEER has defined as the optional unit to be omitted, but it is there for students and teachers if they feel they need to draw on that flexibility because of the level of disruption they have had to date or may have next year. So it is purely optional. I think as well, when we managed the consultation back in the autumn, and we did have over 7,000 responses to the consultation, and we had our different subject advisory group meetings, and of course we've been talking with the principals since then about the different options. It is very difficult, I think, to omit any part of a subject because all the bits of the subject are in the specification because they are very important. However, we had a lot of feedback last autumn about the speaking component of our languages qualifications. That teachers were very perplexed about the fact that unit wasn't omitted. There was a lot of concern about the logistical arrangements of conducting the speaking element during a health pandemic, and I think we need to be careful and ensure that whatever the emissions policy is now, that we can stick to it throughout the rest of the year. Teachers and school and college leaders want clarity. They don't want more disruption or change in the next academic year. They've had a lot to contend with. I think if the public health situation were to worsen next year, I just don't see how the speaking arrangements could go ahead if that were the unit that wasn't omitted. We saw in the South that the oral examinations were the first element to be omitted, and similar arrangements have been made in other jurisdictions. Teachers were very nervous about how they could possibly manage the assessments during disrupted remote learning. So I think on balance, it's a very difficult decision to have to omit anything. But also, I suppose, based on some feedback, initial reactions from the Secondary Students' Union, who did make the point that they hadn't had a chance to get a lot of feedback from their members, but students often will remark on how stressful the oral assessments are. And I guess the emissions policy is really about reducing the stress on students for this next year, reducing the burden on them and supporting their well-being, rebuilding their confidence when some of them have had such a long time of disrupted learning.
And I think just to reinforce the point as well, Margaret, it's an optional omission of the assessment. The whole specification still needs to be covered as far as possible, and that's the same with all of our qualifications where there is an optional omission of an assessment. The expectation is that as far as possible that we actually follow through with that. The other thing that students raised in our regular engagement, that the most stressful thing for them over the last year has been uncertainty. So we feel that the decision at this stage to give an optional omission for the languages orals, is actually providing a level of certainty for students, because that would be the unit that would be the most challenging to deliver the assessment for if the pandemic situation changes.
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, I mean, I can't understand how you can assess the acquisition levels of a language without listening to it being spoken. And even though you're saying it's optional, I mean, is the assessment going to be equal for someone who does go through with the oral element and someone who doesn't?
Yes, so if I come in on that one. So if a student opts to do all of the units, they have the option of getting the better grade. So if for some reason they didn't do well in the speaking unit and they wish they hadn't taken it, then they will get the better grade, if you see what I mean, of the overall qualification or the other units.
So, sorry, Margaret, are you saying that someone can opt to take the oral element of the examination, but if they don't do well, they can ask for it to be disregarded?
It'll be an automatic thing, Pat. So what we'll be doing for students is we will grade them on the mandatory units, which are the other 3 units for the languages, and then we will give them an overall grade, including the speaking test, and then we will look across both to see which one is the highest grade, and that's the grade that will be awarded. So the student doesn't have to request it. It'll be an automatic thing done in CA, so that students aren't concerned about taking everything if they wish, so that they're never disadvantaged by doing that.
So if they do feel able to continue with their speaking assessments, they've got that opportunity next year. But I guess schools and colleges wanted clarity now before going into the next academic term about units that could be omitted.
Okay, I'm just not absolutely clear on that. So let's just use the Irish medium sector as an example, where immersion in the language is part and parcel of the philosophy of the system within the schools, and one would expect that pupils who have been through an Irish medium setting would be more proficient in the spoken language. Not always the case, of course, but as a general rule. So one would expect them to perform better overall in the oral part of the exams than their counterparts in English medium schools. So one would expect probably that the results would be better. Would that not be the case? And how is that going to be reflected? I'm just wondering also, was there any consultation with the Irish medium sector before this decision was taken?
Well, the consultation on potential omissions that happened in August and September of this year, in this academic year, it was a completely open consultation with over 7,000 respondents. But I would need to actually go back and double check for you if the Irish medium sector, did respond to that public consultation.
But there was no specific approach to the Irish medium sector, given that their whole system is based around the language.
No. However, what I can say is it's consistent across the languages, and I'll just read you what came out of the consultation for Irish, and it was very much the same across German, Spanish, and so on. It was therefore recommended that due to practicalities and to account for changes made in England, speaking should either be removed or reduced. I mean, that was the recommendations coming from the people who responded to this consultation. And it's similar across Irish, French, German, Spanish.
Okay, final comment, Pat, thanks.
Okay, fair enough. We'll leave that there for now. I'll maybe come back to it at a later stage. I'm seeing some media reports from across the water that would suggest there's going to be a surge of litigation by parents arising from the awarding of qualifications this year. Are you confident that we're not going to face similar issues here? Thanks.
If I start, so I think the process that we've designed should help ensure that students feel they have fair access to having their opinions heard, if they're dissatisfied with the process this year. I do think it's improved on last year, and I'm really pleased about that. We have had positive feedback from parents and school and college leaders and students. So, I really hope we don't see a huge amount of legal cases. I think we've designed it in such a way that it should be easy to follow. I hope it will be an expedited process, that we can get through any reviews this year as quickly as possible. We've certainly set up systems internally to ensure that we've got robust processes to manage the process fairly and consistently. So I really hope those headlines don't come to pass.
I think it's fair to say, in terms of people deciding to take legal cases against public bodies, there's, in a sense, nothing that we can do to stop that process. All we can ensure is that our procedures and policies have been quality assured from a legal viewpoint as well. And I can assure you that at every step of this process, with both the health centre guidance and also with the post rewards processes, that we've been taking them through our legal advisors as well to ensure that they've been properly proofed from an equity and fairness viewpoint.
Okay.
Okay, thanks for that, Thomas. Thank you.
Thanks, Pat. I have 5 more members with approximately 6 minutes each per question and answers. So can I bring in Robin Newton, MLA, please? Thanks. Robin, I think we might need to unmute your device again. Apologies. Can I make sure Robin is in the spotlight? Thanks.
It wasn't, sir, for some reason it wasn't going on to. Can I thank the panel for being with us this morning? Chair, I have just a few simple questions, I think, and if I could refer the panel to their document and the introduction, it's on our page 35 of our document. It's a term that I'm not familiar with, so perhaps as a starter they could. It reads, these changes apply only to candidates who are cashing in at qualification level in summer 22. What does that mean, cashing in at qualification level?
Thanks for the question, Robert. So it basically means, if you like, kind of banking that qualification, so wanting it to be certificated. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I'd never heard the term cashing in before. In where you're highlighting the changes that may be summarised, I think on the 1 to 3rd point down, should candidates choose to set all units of the GCSE or GCE, they will receive the higher grade from their performance in all units or in the mandatory units only. Now, there's a similar statement referring to occupational studies, where candidates can omit 1 unit of their choice from final assessment. But should the candidates choose to set all units, they will receive the higher grade from their performance in all units or in the mandatory units only. Maybe could you sort of explain to me really what will happen there?
Can I take that one? Okay, so occupational studies, there are a few specifications in that area, and then within that area there are lots of different units for students to choose from. Usually students would take 2 units per pathway to get their qualification. So this year what will happen, if a student decides to do everything, we will grade them on the 1 unit, which would be their mandatory unit, and then we will grade them overall. And then we will give them the higher grade of the 2. But for occupational studies, because there's a lot of optionality within occupational studies, either of the unit can serve as being the mandatory unit, because we're not defining the unit to be omitted.
Okay. Are we in danger? Are we in danger of? And I know we are in, very difficult circumstances. Maybe not even out of the very difficult circumstances, so it is necessary to prepare ahead. But are we in danger of having two-tier qualifications?
I think with occupational studies has really been treated like every other GCSE bar maths, where there is an opportunity to omit a unit. With occupational studies, each unit's worth 50%. So that they are still completing a large part of the assessment. And I think it comes back to this point again that we have to be really clear about. Students are omitting optional. It's an optional omission of an assessment. It's not omitting content. So the expectation is that students would still be being taught and still be covering the full content, but they only have to produce, if they choose to, just the one portfolio to send to see it instead of two. But again, it's optional. The content has to be covered, as with every GCSE. As far as possible, content has to be covered. But it's actually about what we're going to assess them on for that specification for occupational studies.
I think Robin, what we're trying to do is just to take cognizance of the fact that a lot of these children, a lot of these young learners will be undertaking public examinations for the first time, and we're just trying to reduce that pressure. But if they decide to take the additional element of their examination, we're trying to make sure that they always get the highest reward, and that they're not penalised by taking on the additional units. And that's what we're trying to do. So we're trying to put them at the heart of it, rather than necessarily examinations. And we also need to remember 1 year only process.
Yes. Okay. Can I? And forgive me if I've missed it within your document. Welsh qualifications.
Sorry, Robin, you're asking about Welsh qualifications?
Yes.
Yeah. In terms of the current arrangements?
Yes.
Yeah. The Welsh qualifications are still available to take in Northern Ireland. I think we're all aware that earlier on in the academic year, Minister Weir was rethinking that, and I think that's because back at the beginning of the academic year, there was a lot of uncertainty about what was happening in Wales in particular, and with the WJC qualification. But since then, WJC has ensured that it has provided reassurance about the qualifications it offers to Northern Ireland students, and that Northern Ireland students won't in any way be disadvantaged in the future, regardless of policy developments in Wales. So I think that's a really positive outcome.
Yeah. Okay. Can I maybe just ask you, in terms of let us hope that things continue as far as COVID is concerned, and we continue to be in recovery mode. But are we at a stage where there is a plan B for next year in the event that we don't continue to progress?
I think the policy around unit admissions is really positive in that it gives schools and colleges a lot of flexibility to manage any disruption next year. Of course, there could be a level of disruption that is even greater than we saw this year, and I guess if that were the case, the minister might decide that examinations need to be cancelled again. I think based on our lessons learned work, we will reflect on all the arrangements that we put together from the point of exams being, cancelled this year. I'm sure there are things that we can, add to the process in case exams are cancelled next year. But I do think the optional unit policy does give a lot of flexibility to schools and colleges to manage quite a significant amount of disruption next year, should that happen. And I guess even though I think we were all worried about exams happening during the course of the winter when we were seeing a lot of COVID cases, I think we are all reflecting, aren't we, on the level of work that's involved in an alternative system that doesn't involve exams. So, I think whilst we can put in place documentation that's similar to what we had this year, I'm sure we'd want to keep in touch with teachers and school and college leaders to ascertain what they think is most appropriate based on the experience they've had this year. Again, a second year managing without examinations.
Yeah.
Okay, Robin.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks, Robin. Can I bring in Daniel McCrossan, MLA?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to Tommy, and congratulations, Tommy, on your position and appointment as chairperson. I just want to put that on the record, and thank you to Margaret, Amanda, and Michael as well for being with us today. I'm going to follow on from a point raised by the chair at the outset, and I have to say I've raised this with the Minister for Education last week as well. And the week before. There's a number of concerns I have in relation to the appeals process. The very fact that it has not yet been published gives me a huge amount of concern, because it has left teachers and school leaders in a very difficult position, that they've had to go ahead and award grades and submit those grades without any form, without knowing what evidence would be necessary, or what, how could I put this, without knowing how they're going to be held accountable. So, for instance, if a school leader makes a determination on a grade for a particular pupil, they're afraid to do so because they don't know how they're going to be held to account for that decision. And the reason for that is because the appeals process hasn't been developed, which meant that they had to go for the most strictest form of evidence base, which was continuous examinations. Now, I've raised this with the previous Chief Executive, Justin Edwards, and I've raised this with the Minister, and I was given assurances, as was this committee at an earlier stage, that that would not be the case. But yet we're sitting here well past the 11th hour and still no sign of this process. In fact, it's too late now, and it's of no value, to be blunt about it, because the reality is that principals have already been put in a very difficult position. So I want to put that point very clearly to you all. Why is there such a delay with this process, and why have teachers again been left in a very difficult situation?
Shall I start? And okay, so thank you, Daniel. And as you say, it's all very challenging for teachers and school and college leaders on the ground. We have been, if you like, co-developing the process, though, with our school and college leaders and through our engagement with teacher unions. So, we do hope to publish the process by the 7th of June at the latest. I'm very confident it will be available then. But I do think it's important that the process is right, and that it supports teachers and leadership communities and students, and it's makes sense to parents. So I do think the consultation that we undertook a few weeks ago was important. Whilst we had a lot of great meetings with parents and student groups and principals, I think to actually hold a public consultation was important to really reflect on the issues that arose last year. So it's been important for us to reflect on the feedback that we've had from the consultation. We are also keen, I suppose, to work with our partners in the other jurisdictions to ensure that our process makes sense when it's compared with those of other jurisdictions. And we've been really keen to align with the JCQ process as much as is possible. However, I think, as you say, time is progressing, so that's why we've decided we will launch our process, our SEER process, by the 7th of June to ensure that teachers, students and parents in Northern Ireland know what the process is. It is early June, and results days are being issued, obviously, in August. So we will have a really concerted effort once the guidance is produced to ensure that parents, students and teachers understand it. I am confident that the principals understand it, because we have been sharing it with them through our principal sessions to get their feedback. And we did have, I think, good engagement from them through the consultation. So I guess as well, in terms of the feedback that we've had from students and parents, we do want to make sure the guidance is as clear as possible.
Can I just interject? Sorry, I understand. I get that you're trying to explain this, but with the greatest respect, the consultation took place too late in the day. And I do believe that this process being enacted at this point is much too late, because grades have already been awarded technically. And they've been awarded on the basis that principals and school and teachers told SIA and told the Minister on numerous occasions that they needed to know what the process was so that they could back up the evidential base that they used. That wasn't the case. They were left in a situation where young people once again were being over-assessed during a pandemic, where they haven't had face-to-face learning, where there hasn't been a level playing field, where some children had access to remote learning and others didn't, where some had tuition at home and others didn't, where some had support at home and others didn't. And as a result of that, regardless of those individual circumstances and the pandemic, school leaders were left in a situation where an assessment was the only form of evidential base that they could use, because they didn't know what the appeals process would be, and therefore would have left themselves wide open to criticism or review. So that's the fault on SIA's part. I don't want to over-labour this, but I am really frustrated by the fact that we're a year down the line. Hard lessons should have been learned last year, and these processes should have been kicked into touch at a very early stage. We all know what the problems were a year ago. It shouldn't have taken to this length of time to get something in place to protect the interests of young people. And I just feel that SIA still haven't got this right, Margaret. That's not a direct criticism of either or any of you. I know Tommy's only very new to this panel, but I just want to labour this point. We need to start realising the time is of the essence. And to be honest, the appeals process is of no great value now to those children that have been awarded grades, in my opinion, unfairly, given that they've been assessed to the throat by schools without any choice. That's the big issue. I'm going to jump to a question, but I wanted to make that point because it's very important. Schools are required by the 23rd of April to submit to SIA a policy outlining the detail of the awarding arrangements for their setting, including details of the evidence to be used to support the holistic judgment to determine grades. SIA was then to quality assure these policies to ensure consistency with the process set out by SIA. So with that in mind, can you tell us, has this operation gone smoothly? Following that, specifically, has SIA had to require many schools to rework their policies, and if so, in what way? And finally, will SIA or DE be publishing any form of analysis of the policies and how robust they were, determining grades that stood the test of the appeal challenge, or how much exam-style testing was a feature of the grading awards? Thank you.
Can I just come in and thank you, Daniel, for your comments about the overall process. And when we do really appreciate, I guess, the help and power that we get from this committee. But I just to make the point very briefly, I mean, the process is different again this year, so it is based on evidence, and we received the final instruction from the Minister on something like the 2nd of March, and then we produced our head of centre guidance on the 5th of March. So just to reassure you, we are trying to work as quickly as we can to provide solid and robust guidance to principals, and we developed that guidance document with a group of principals. That is the guidance that I guess principals need to ensure that they deliver.
That's an important point. I'm sorry for interjecting, but I want to pick up on that point you've said, because that's a very clear clarification on where we're at. Are you saying that the delay to date, and this is fine to say this because it's important that we know, are you saying the delay to date in the process has been a political one by the Minister of the day or by SIA? Because if you're saying that it took to March for the Minister to act, then it's a ministerial problem, a problem caused by the Minister and indeed not by SIA. Is that what we're saying?
I'm not saying that, no, Daniel. I'm saying that we only received the written instruction in full on something like the 2nd of March, and we were ready to publish the guidance on the 5th of March, so we couldn't publish the guidance before that. And I do totally understand your point about the appeals process, but I don't think it's the case that the appeals process should determine how the grades are derived. And the guidance does say that a range of evidence should be used. And I do think principals are settled on that. And I do think, their support and engagement in the fortnightly principal sessions has really helped to ensure that they feel comfortable with the process. But, you're absolutely right. Ideally, we would have had everything ready at the beginning of the year, but it's, we were working to arrangements that exams were going ahead. And we do need to ensure that the appeals process is fit for purpose based on the fact that it is different to last year. It is based on evidence.
Okay, so Daniel, let's just pick up then, because it's important that Margaret makes those points in terms of your overall comments, and we'll come back at it. But let's just pick up the points around, you've asked about the review of the policies, okay? Because there has been an extensive review of that. And Amanda can give you some information in terms of the number went through that process.
Yeah, I mean, 283 policies were reviewed, and I think, the thing that gives me the level of assurance that the message was out there and understood about using different bits of evidence. When you look at, I think you'd referenced homework, Daniel, in a previous committee meeting about it being viewed, or there was a perception that it was viewed of not being great value, but when we have nearly 80% of schools that has referenced homework in their centre determined grade policies, that gives me great confidence. I think also, on the aspect of assessment, people should be coming to their grading decisions based on our guidance, our technical Q&As, our subject-specific guidance. And in that technical guidance, we did clearly and explicitly, outline to schools how maybe 2 pieces of evidence was enough. We even went as far in that technical guidance to outline subjects where the coursework on its own could be enough. And, when we look back at the policies, coursework looks like the most popular referenced piece of evidence, which I would have expected since, students had been working on it intermittently throughout the period. The only other thing is obviously the appeals process. The appeals process has to be consistent with the guidance that we have already issued. So we can't, there will be no surprises in that appeals process. We can't introduce new things to measure skills against and processes against and grades against if it hasn't already been shared under, the guidance and the technical Q&As and the subject-specific guidance. And, Friday is the deadline for schools getting their GCSE and occupational studies grades in. They're making great progress with over 65% on the system now. But for Monday, we will have template policies for schools to try to reduce the burden on what they have to do. We will have specific guides for students and parents to make sure the process is really clear. We are developing multiple little templates and checklists to make sure the admin burden, especially for students, isn't there. So we are doing everything that we can to make sure that it is as smooth a process as possible.
So,
come in for a moment. We're at danger of running way over time here. So, Daniel, you've got time for one last question, please.
Yeah, Amanda, you made a very critical point about the 80% to the state of that in their policies, and I welcome that wholly. The issue I have with that is that within the CA's own guidance, it said that would be low quality evidence, which caused a huge amount of anxiety amongst the teaching workforce as to whether or not they should or should not use it and what way they're going to be challenged in that regard. But I have a point I do need to make, and I want to get to it here, Chair. It is well known, it's a well-known fact that the effects of the pandemic have had a disproportionate effect on some groups of children. Young people from socially disadvantaged backgrounds have made this point continually, and children who have had poor to no internet access to name but 2 groups. The mitigations put in place by CA to enable schools to award grades have treated all children as if the debilitating effect of COVID and the resultant lockdowns have been equal in effect, which is not true. With that in mind, does CA accept that not all children have been affected to the same extent by the effects of COVID-19? Can you tell us why you're treating all children the same way when equity, not equality, is what is needed? And a final point, will CA be running checks on the grades awarded to identify if particular groups of children have suffered disproportionate grade reductions by current awarding systems? So in short, will children that have had no internet access, come from disadvantaged backgrounds, be treated the same or differently?
Okay, thanks for that, Daniel, and I'll take the answer and then I'll bring in Nicola Brogan, MLA. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think there's been a lot of flexibility given to schools and colleges this year. So, in addition to examinations being cancelled and the process around, teachers being able to use a wide range of evidence to determine the grades, The policy around unit admissions, which was agreed earlier, was also still in place. And I think that goes further possibly than other jurisdictions. And in addition to that, it was very clear that teachers could focus their assessments only on the content that was covered. So, even going beyond unit admissions if that was necessary because of the very circumstances some schools and colleges may have faced in terms of their student cohort. So I do hope all of those things help ensure that students who faced, particular challenges around access to technology, issues around remote learning, are not disadvantaged this year. I do hope and think everything has been put in place to try and help them this year.
Okay.
Margaret, sorry, can I come in there just on that point? Just to in the paperwork, Daniel, that we have provided to schools in our process for heads of centre, there's a document called the Candidate Assessment Record, and schools were actually free to use it to document where there was variation in the arrangements for a particular pupil because of the challenges they face. And I think on Margaret's point, maximum flexibility was in place to account for disruption this year, and it could have been used for all manner of reasons. As long as a justification is provided, we were happy for schools to make the most of that flexibility. And I think on a personal level, like myself, Amanda, Margaret, for example, have spoken to schools to deal with individual issues, to try and talk them through the process and ensure that they are given the right advice and guidance on how they can accommodate children who, for example, have suffered more than most during the pandemic.
Okay.
So the process has worked to a degree.
Okay, I have to stop us there. You're way over time. Can I bring in
and 4 of them for being here today, and for all CS staff, I know he's working hard in difficult circumstances. We do.
Thanks, Daniel.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nicola Brogan, MLA. Nicola, I think you're muted. Can I check that Nicola's been brought into the spotlight and is unmuted?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thanks.
Yeah, grand, thanks. Thank you, Chair. And thanks to the 4 of you for coming this afternoon. And Daniel's right, it has been a very difficult year, and your job isn't easy, but it is your job at the end of the day, and it is our job to, I suppose, hold you to account and to double check the decisions, and to speak on behalf of families and teachers and children involved in this. So I would like to go back to a point that the Chair initially raised about AS exams and CA's decision not to include them with A2 awarding. Now, I know that opinion is going to be divided around this here, that many young people will actually say that they prefer that their decision given the disruption they've experienced throughout COVID and with their learning throughout COVID. But so many students and families are really disappointed, and a number of parents have been in touch with me who are really furious about this decision for 2 reasons. The first being because the children have put in so much work and effort in their AS learning, and trying to make sure that their grades, that they kept their grades up, and also because of the pressure then leaves them under when they're sitting their A2. So everything is on the A-level exams at the end of 7th year instead of being broken up the way it was intended. So we accept that is an additional pressure on our young people, and as I say, I know that opinions will be divided, but I think it's really important that we address that there for all those families that are so disappointed and concerned about the additional pressure on their children.
Okay, shall I start? So thanks, Nicola. I think it's important to remember that the AS does provide the important underpinning knowledge, understanding and skills for the A2. So all the learning and hard work that students have put in this year won't go to waste. It will be really helpful in terms of their actual performance in the A2. Amanda might want to say a bit more in a minute about, if we had used those AS marks, it just wouldn't have been fair in terms of the impact on students who are at different levels of a grade and actually could have made it harder to get, the grades next year in the A2 because the grade boundaries could have been pushed up so hard. And I think that would have been really difficult for those A2 students after all the disruption that they had encountered. So I do think it is the fairest decision, not to allow the AS to contribute. I think on the other point about students and parents feeling perhaps demotivated and disappointed, we have produced an animation which I do think students who have watched it do feel that on having seeing the presentation, they do understand the issue better and they agree with the approach. So we will do a bit more to ensure that that video is pushed out to parents and students. And I think the only other thing maybe to flag is that, though those AS grades are still an important achievement, they do go down on UCAS application forms and on CVs in years to come, as an additional achievement. Lots of students might be taking a fourth AS and planning to go down to 3. So it's still a really important acknowledgement of that, fourth subject area. Also, I guess there's a lot of research from UCAS that shows that when students are given unconditional offers, which is perhaps a subject for another day, students do tend to sort of take the foot off the gas perhaps and not really apply themselves in terms of their full potential. So I do understand that some students will be disappointed that the grade won't count towards their A2, but I do still think that all their hard work this year has been important and will pay off in terms of their A2 and in terms of how they're regarded in terms of having completed an AS.
I hope it will pay off for them, but I can't. I can understand why so many are so concerned about that there and the pressure they're under to perform one set of exams. So as much as you say the AS will still contribute to it and that UCAS will still look at that and it can be added to the CV and stuff, we all know that the real pressures will be on the A2. So I do have real concerns for those young people going through that there, to be honest. I want to move back then to a point that you discussed with Pat Sheehan about the removal of oral exams for languages. To be honest, I still don't understand it, despite how you try to explain it to Pat. The reason behind it. I know you said that some teachers were concerned about the safety of oral exams, but I'm not sure exactly what actual engagement you've had with them, just apart from that open consultation you mentioned. I also think that, I know you said the part of it was because of children find it stressful, but that kind of goes against the point there about the A2 exams and the additional stress there, so it's not really balancing up. So maybe you could just try and explain that to me again, please, the reason behind removal of the oral exams.
Yeah, okay, so I think students do find oral exams stressful, so that is a kind of an additional point connected to oral exams.
Sorry to interrupt that, but my point there was they also will find the whole A-level exams pinned on final exams and A2 being very stressful as well. That's kind of the point I'm making there.
Yeah, no, I take the point. I think though, as I said, when we spoke to the secondary schools union on Friday, they said they found the oral exams, if you like, extra stressful. So I think
like because they're going to put on the spot there and then,
and they're performing in front of an audience. So I think there is that kind of heightened level of anxiety. So I mean, the consultation was quite significant back in the beginning of this academic term. I think we mentioned that we had 7,000 respondents. We did also hold our subject advisory group meetings. So, and when it was decided that at that point and later on in the year, when the minister did decide that some units would be omitted from some subjects at GCSE, the decision was not to omit a unit from the languages, but instead to have an endorsement. We had a lot of feedback from teachers that they were not satisfied with that approach, that they were very worried about the logistical issues in terms of managing the public health issues and arranging assessments of speaking So, I think we have to be aware that, if we do see further disruption later on in the year, in the next academic year, it would not be feasible to have the oral assessment. So, either there's an option not to have anything as an optional assessment at this point in time. If we were to have other things as the optional assessment units, you would then have too much being omitted from languages, which would mean it wouldn't have any credibility or kind of portability in terms of students progressing, onto other, courses and universities in other jurisdictions. So I think that could be quite dangerous. So I think the idea of having an optional unit omitted that is the oral unit seems to be the best course of action in terms of the fact that we are in a still risky and unknown situation in terms of the pandemic.
Yeah, I agree with that, Margaret. But what I don't understand is why it's not the written aspect or the listening. Whenever we heard, as Pat said, we heard from Corlin Gill Sculliocta earlier that the spoken part of any language is the most important thing, and that's how you're going to learn the language and be immersed in it. So that's really the question I'm asking there. So apart from the additional stress for students, what other reasons are behind it?
Margaret, do you want me to come in on that one?
Yeah, okay. Well,
Yeah. Okay, Nicola. Look. Thanks for that. I think as well, it's just important to go back even to the consultation that we had in September last year. Our initial proposal was that there wouldn't be any omissions from languages at all because there was no consensus about which unit should be the one that students should be allowed to omit from final grading. Now there was a huge outcry as a result of that. We then moved to put forward proposals for an endorsement, and that unit was aligned with the arrangements in England and Wales. But I think in terms of immersion in the spoken language, we are still absolutely clear that schools should still be developing that skill with students. It's not a case of them being able to ignore it because the assessment doesn't have to be sat. That assessment will still be available to them, and we are absolutely encouraging them to ensure that skill is still developed within the classroom setting. Each of the skills that is offered in a languages qualification, they're all equally valuable. There is absolutely no doubt about it from us as an awarding body, and we are absolutely encouraging schools to ensure that each one of those is developed fully over the course of the next academic year. All we are saying is you do not have to do the assessment in one of those skills if you do not wish to. And I think that's particularly because we aren't sure what the public health situation will be like over the next 12 months. So I think it's a prudent decision from our point of view, and I think it has been misrepresented in the public context. It is absolutely not a case of us saying do not teach or develop those skills. We absolutely want that process of developing the spoken word to continue in all of the language qualifications that we offer.
No, I appreciate that, Michael, and you're right. It certainly shouldn't affect the learning, but there still are questions around that there, without a doubt. But listen, I really appreciate the four of you coming here today and for your time. So thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Nicola. Can I bring in Justin McNulty, MLA?
Thanks, Chair. Thank you to the panel, Tommy, Margaret, Amanda, and Michael. Just want to further probe that issue just discussed in terms of the AS level piece not contributing to the final mark. And I think, Margaret, as you said, that some students will be disappointed. I think that's the understatement of the morning, Margaret. Some students' mental health has been impacted by this because they've been so diligent and so proactive and so studious about their own education, and then all of a sudden they're told that all their work is going to be discounted. I wanted to understand the rationale. Give me a clear understanding of the rationale for that decision.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I know Amanda wants to come in because Amanda developed the animation, which I think tries to explain the technical issue as to why it would be unfair for students to have the AS count this year when we don't have a mark. But I guess just to reiterate, Justin, I do think that the students who have watched the animation, and we certainly spoke to a group with the Nicky Youth Panel and the Secondary Schools Union they do understand the issue when they watch the video. So I think it's maybe incumbent on us to ensure that more students, any students who are worried or who feel disappointed, that we, reach them and ensure that the message is better understood. So we'll certainly take an action to ensure that we work with the principal group to do that. I do think that, and hope that they pushed out the animation as well to help explain the point, but I'll let Amanda come in on why it's unfair to come up with an arbitrary mark and the impact that would have on grade boundaries next year in terms of making them too high.
I mean, we approached the adjustment from a very open perspective in that, we wanted to do it if there was a safe and fair way to do it. But once you move into an area where you're estimating a mark for a candidate, in order to pull it forward, it has to be the right mark and it has to be fair. And there is no way to ensure that going forward. The students who have had that explanation in detail have understood it. And been grateful for it. And I suppose our big challenge now is making sure that students, really do understand why it would have been unfair and potentially disadvantaged a pile of them. And if anyone has any other suggestions about how we can get that message out there, wider and better to reassure students going forward, the animation's there. But if there's anything else that we can do to help, explain that, then we're certainly happy to do that.
So Justin, which part do you not understand? Which part are you looking for clarification around?
Well, I just don't understand the rationale by which you would decide university to say these exam marks will not contribute to their final mark.
So if you take that this year at AS, they're not being given a mark, they're simply being given a grade, right? And that grade has got a range of marks within it, okay? But next year, whenever they do their A-levels and they do the exams, they will get a mark. You can't combine a grade and a mark together to get an overall grade. So you have to have two sets of marks. So for the AS this year, whenever you give them a grade B, what's the mark that you carry forward? Now, as Amanda outlined earlier on, you can set the mark arbitrarily at the bottom, or in the middle, or at the top of the range, right? But all the students must get the same, okay? The problem is if you put it at the bottom and the middle, it impacts negatively on the biggest cohort of students. And if you put it at the top, it drives all of the grades up. And that's unfair as well, okay? And they did have to adjust the grades later on. So all we came to a conclusion was, in overall terms, it's unfair to try to carry a grade into next year's exams whenever the students are getting marks. And that's really what it comes down to. So whenever you go and look at the video, it explains that, and that's whenever the students seen that and understood that, they realised there would actually be unfair on them for if we brought the ASs into the A-levels for next year.
I need to see that animation.
Do it, please. It's very simple. It's very good video to watch and explains it very easily. So it does. I didn't do it justice.
Okay, thanks, Tommy. Tammy, has there been any objection from school principals on the new arrangements?
Do you want to get feedback from the schools?
It's probably early. It's probably early if we meet with them again next week, isn't it? Yeah, next week's our next principal session, so that's where we take most of our feedback.
Yeah, I think I would say, they were very keen to understand what the policy was going to be for the next academic year. So I think they are pleased that the decision has been made, that the Minister has made an announcement. And I think they, based on all the discussions we've had during the course of the year, since the summer of last year, it was the principals that came up with the idea of unit admissions. So I think they are very pleased that this policy has been introduced because it will give them the time and the space to rebuild students' confidence, ensure all the important knowledge, understanding and skills within the specification are taught, whilst reducing all the time they spend supporting students in terms of assessments for exams, at the end of the year. So I think they are pleased with it.
And Justin, remember, this committee was very helpful in providing CL a lot of encouragement to consult widely with the education sector. And, the CA team have spent this last year working extensively with the unions, with the principals and also with teachers in really understanding all of these issues. And there's been a continued dialogue. This has not been decided solely within SIA. There's been extensive consultation with the profession on all of these issues.
Okay, what were the lessons learned from 1920 brought forward into 2021-22?
So, and as you know, there was a major report carried out into what happened last year by Deloitte, right? And we had a whole action plan which were developed in terms of things that SIA needed to do. So we've been working through that in terms of all of those actions. And in actual fact, we're meeting with the Department of Education next week to review the progress. I mean, we've got an extensive list of actions. A number of those have all been completed, right? A number of those are ongoing because we're in the current awards season, as to say, and so we're still working through that. But certainly in the issues around the lack of communication, the lack of system design, we've incorporated a lot of those into the awards work that we've done this year. And so that document is there. We provided a copy of the earlier version to the committee. And we're happy to provide an update as to where we are, after our meeting next week with the Department of Education, if you find that helpful.
Okay. In terms of fairness and opportunity, final question, in terms of fairness and opportunity, which ultimately this is all about, creating fairness and opportunity for young people to develop and to move forward in their educational journeys, has the structures, has this worked, and will it work going forward? Or as we are emerging from this pandemic, what's your assessment of that? And how's morale in CCA in terms of how the dress they've been under through this process? How are things there? So two final quick questions, please.
I think I got the first one.
So you dropped that in there just at the end. Did you just repeat it?
Sorry, the first question was, are you providing fairness and opportunity for children and young people as they progress their education system through the structures created as part of the awarding mechanisms? And second part was, what is the morale like in CCA with the stress that they have experienced over the last year or so?
Yeah, okay, so if I deal with the first question first. I think that the overall 5-step process, if you meant for this summer, Justin, has been designed, with the best of intentions to ensure that there is fairness for all learners, and I really hope, students feel that when they get their grades and that they'll be pleased with their grades. In terms of 2022, I think by having units submitted that are defined by STEER, that's another thing that is supporting fairness for students going into the next academic year. And as I had said, giving them the space and time to rebuild their confidence and feel like no matter what level of disruption they had this year or may encounter next year, that they've got a good opportunity to do well in assessments next year. In terms of morale at SIA, obviously we went through a lot last summer in terms of, managing exams being cancelled at very short notice, and then changes in the arrangements as to how grades were issued. But I would say that from last summer, thanks to teachers and principals and the teacher unions, and other groups who have been really willing to engage with us and work with us and help develop the arrangements that we've put in place for this summer and indeed for next year. I think there is a lot of goodwill, and I think SIA colleagues feel that we've done as best as we could under the very difficult circumstances that we faced this year. I think Justin, when he last appeared, did talk about the fact that we've had 3 major policy changes this academic year. But I guess, SIA staff are committed to doing the best for teachers and learners, and at each of those points we try to, grapple with the challenges and ensure that we provide the best information that we can to teachers, students and parents. So it has been difficult, but I hope teachers and students and parents think we've done a reasonably good job despite the circumstances.
I think just from a chair of council perspective, I'm only here 3 or 4 months now, But I would say to you that in coming in, what I've been impressed with is really the enthusiasm and the commitment of the team. I mean, this team has been really deadline driven, and given it's working so closely around the exam seasons at the moment, that's the real focus. And there is a real drive within this organisation to make sure that we're doing things which are fair, which are in the best interest of children, and really that we can deliver this year's awards, allow these children to come out the other side of the pandemic without another sort of impact on them in terms of not having their exams. So I would say morale is pretty good in terms of the staff that I've been interacting with, and hopefully the way things are going at the moment, hopefully that will only improve, that will move forward as well over the summer.
Okay, thanks, Jonathan.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Thanks. Can I bring in Maurice Bradley, MLA? Maurice there? Okay, just as we're checking whether Maurice has connectivity there or not, can I thank everyone at SIA? Can I also maybe just ask a very short final question? If SIA has given students the option to omit oral language assessment, why is there no option to omit any element of maths GCSE?
Yeah, okay. So that's a really good question. Maths GCSE has got particular challenges. So it's structured in a particular way that the units are targeted at particular grades. There are also papers that are non-calculator and involve calculator use. And it's also a key passport qualification, and the unit structure is 45% versus 55%. So I think with all of those sort of difficult issues at play with the maths GCSE, the minister decided that it was too risky really to omit a unit because it could end up having a detrimental impact on students when, of course, the whole policy around unit admissions is meant to help students. So I think if perhaps there'd only been one particularly tricky issue with maths, it may not have been such a difficult decision. But because there are all those complicated factors with maths GCSE, and it is such an important GCSE, we can understand why the decision was made not to omit a unit. I think we know that, in other jurisdictions, they're not making any sort of changes to maths qualifications. So it is a difficult situation with maths. But again, coming back to the overall package of admissions for GCSE, I do think it is a good package for students and teachers. Heads of departments for maths have been urging us to talk to principals about, ensuring curriculum timetable time maybe just ensures that they've got the space to cover GCSE maths. And they know that they will have the 2 examination series points during next academic year, because we do have what's normally known as the January series for English and Maths. So we hope that will help a little bit, and the fact that there is a bit more flexibility and space within the overall timetable for GCSE students, that will help also.
I think also we need to remember there is the maths aid. Now the one that went out of the January exam, it didn't happen. We turned that around in a day and a half in English, Irish and all modified and Braille versions to get those into schools. At least now we have time to reflect on those and actually see is there any way that we can actually improve them. And we have had offers from our young people groups to actually look at those in partnership with us to see how they can be made better. And also we've had offers from teachers as well, especially those teaching the more foundation lower target grade subjects to help us with that. So we are going to go back and look to see if we can do that better. In the context that we did do it in a day and a half for the January exams.
Okay. Thanks very much indeed for all those answers and updates. And perhaps if we can get access to that animation, we'll do our best to publish that as far and wide as we can as well. But Tommy, Margaret, Amanda, Michael, thanks very much for your time today. And we'll continue to engage with you on these important matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Clark, can I ask Assembly Broadcasting to remove witnesses and to add members back into the spotlight, and ask you to summarise any actions from that briefing?
Sure, Chair. The committee hit all of the points that it had been interested in over a period of time. I think given the committee's interest in the use of assessment resources in this 5-step plan, it would be useful to ask CFR side of the review of policies that it has collated from the centres. Okay, the post-results process then, or appeals process, it is unfortunate that the committee has been pressing for that for some time, and now it isn't yet published, and the witnesses said that it would be at the latest 7th of June. Although there is sharing with principals and consultation along the line. So it's probably worth just reiterating that, the committee would like to see that as soon as possible. The witnesses referred to additional resources that were allocated in support of all of this change management. So I think we can usually ask for detail about that. I think members really exhaustively queried the issues about the oral exams, the idea that principals came up with of unit omission, to give some clarity to schools in advance about what elements can be omitted. And as the chair says, we'll look to the animation then to provide some more clarity about the AS and A-level marks and grading issue. The YJEC concern that members have had for a while, where they had ongoing correspondence with the Minister about decisions in relation to the Welsh Board, that has come full circle, and that was addressed today. The witnesses also said that they will provide an update on lessons learned and ongoing actions after their meeting next week with DE. So I think we can write that into our correspondence and just pin that down. And the other action that I would suggest, members, is that you might wish to hear again from union stakeholders, just to kind of copper passing perspectives on all of this. There is room in the programme for an informal meeting on a Tuesday morning. That's one way that you might address it. So that's all I have, Chair.
Thanks, Clark. Members content to agree those proposed actions? Agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Okay. Would you accept an apology? I need to move on. So thank you.
Thanks, Robin. If other members can stay with us to retain quorum, we just have to discharge correspondence and forward work programme briefly here. Clark, can I ask you to speak to correspondence?
Yes, indeed, Chair. Members, on page 62 of your packs, there are 18 items of correspondence, and a summary note is also included at page 64. So just among those items, I would highlight item 7.3 on page 72, which is a response from the department regarding the DE budget for 21-22. That is following up on the oral briefing that the committee had with officials on the 28th of April 2021. Now, as I mentioned before we started, actually, next week in the Chamber there will be a debate on the supplementary estimates on the 7th of June, and on the 8th a debate on the budget. So members will want to refer to this material in their contributions in the Chamber. Other than that, are you content, members, to forward this response to the Committee for Finance, who's collating returns?
Agreed.
Thank you. Item 7.4 on page 98 is a response from the department regarding guidance that DE provides on addressing oversubscription at schools. This was in relation to a query about an individual school, and we asked for the kind of a position on the general policy issue. So members, if you're content, you can take that reply up with DE officials on area planning at your meeting later this month. I think it's actually the 7th of July, the area planning one. Yeah.
That was in relation to St Bernard's Primary School. Yeah,
it was.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. We'll also, if you're content, members, forward the response to the correspondent who initially wrote in about that issue.
Agreed.
Thank you. Item 7.5 on page 102 is a response from the Education Authority to the committee's request for further information after the authority's last oral briefing to the committee. A report providing an overview of school placement positions by council has been provided, and EA is going to return to us with some additional information by the 14th of June. So are members content to note that response pending the final piece?
Yeah, will that be EA are with us that can speak to these matters in June as well? Evan, is that right? There's a DE.
It's DE, yeah.
Okay. All right, we'll wait for that update and we'll take it from there then.
Sorry, we're going to try to have both, but at the moment DE is confirmed.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So item 7.6 on page 108 is correspondence from Chris Little in his capacity as an individual MLA, informing the committee that he has issued a public consultation on proposals for a PMB to remove the exception of teachers from the Fair Employment and Treatment Order Northern Ireland.
It's a strange to write to myself and colleagues, but I understand it's a requirement of the process, and genuinely as well, it would be great if members and parties were able to respond to that survey. It's a very straightforward survey. The link is provided, and the closing date is only just over a week away on the 10th of June. Thanks, Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Item 7.8 on page 123 is correspondence from the Assembly's Clerking and Member Support Office, and that's to advertise 2 online training sessions on protecting your social media reputation. Those are being facilitated by the Assembly as part of its member development programme. So members, are you content to note that?
Agreed.
Thank you. Item 7.16 is correspondence from an individual on a range of issues, including an external independent review of education, the New Decade New Approach Agreement, and a parental vision for the future of education in Northern Ireland. Members, do you have any views on what actions you would like to take with this item?
Yeah, I guess some of the content of the item, Clark, is to suggest that the committee take the opportunity to invite the new chair and panel members of the independent review once they've been selected, and that would be fairly normal practice for us to undertake that course of action. So I'm happy to respond to the individual to thank them for their correspondence and to suggest that we would indeed be taking an opportunity to engage with the chair and panel members of the Independent Review of Education once they've been appointed. Members content? Agreed. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Item 7.17 is a response from an individual regarding a response from SIA to a complaint regarding the timing of the appeals process. This is a bit of an historic one, and SIA have referred the correspondent to NIPSO. So members, as we don't, as the committee doesn't have a role in individual cases, are you content to respond to the correspondent outlining that and also referencing NIPSO as a potential pathway?
Yeah, and I think we could advise as well that MLAs are entitled to assist constituents with NIPSO pathway. So if you want to suggest to the individual that she might want to contact her local MLAs for assistance with that process as well, but that's not something that the committee could assist with as a collective.
Sure, but an MLA can sponsor. You're quite right.
Exactly. Just so it doesn't. Well, obviously, we're not wishing to not be helpful, but it would be in an MLA individual capacity that would happen.
Exactly. Thank you. Item 719 on page 169 is a response from an individual seeking further information on school transport for children with special educational needs. The committee has already conveyed some of these concerns on behalf of this correspondent, but there's a bit of anxiety about having arrangements in place before the summer break. Not unreasonable. So members, are you content that we write to EA seeking an update on its engagement about transport and transition arrangements for said pupils at the school?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. And other than that, members, if you're content, we'll dispose of the correspondence as per the summary note at page 64.
That's great. Okay, members.
Just one quick one on correspondence. The dyslexia awareness event, which we were invited to. I know that's not going to be possible for everybody to attend that on the 13th of June in Portrush. I had a send a special educational needs event there a number of weeks back where there was representations from dyslexia awareness, and it's a really big problem for so many children and families. And I just think it'd be useful if we advertise that as a committee, that event is taking place, because it could be very important, very comforting for families to be able to access that or to attend it as appropriate.
Yeah, if we could post details of that maybe on the committee Twitter and social media sites. That's Sunday the 13th of June in Portrush. Dyslexia Awareness NI. If members are content, we could post some details of that. The other, it reminds me as well, Justin, we also received correspondence from the BT group directing our attention towards an initiative to coincide with the UEFA European Football Championships this summer, which is called Hope United. It's a collection of for professional footballers drawing on their own experience of online hate and providing resources to help people tackle online hate. So again, if members wish to promote that via their social media channels, there is materials there suggesting how they could go about doing so. So yeah, just worth highlighting those two particular pieces of correspondence. Thanks, Justin.
Okay, and also, I think it was last week's pack, there was a letter from a dyslexia organisation who were looking for an MLA to sponsor a private members bill about, I think it was mandatory dyslexia awareness training. So
okay, I'm wondering, maybe would it be worth when Forward Work Programme permits, and maybe that takes me in the agenda idea at Forward Work Programme, to schedule maybe one of our informal briefings with dyslexia organisations. If you had last week's dyslexia correspondence and dyslexia awareness NI, I'm conscious it's a particular area of concern. Clark, maybe if members want to have a think about that, and we can return to that in next week's Forward Work Programme, and to see if maybe it's worth having some particular engagement with organisations representing that particular area.
Absolutely, definitely.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay, that takes us to agenda item 8 then, Forward Work Programme. Do you want to speak to the Forward Work Programme?
Yes, members, your Forward Work Programme is at page 175 of the pack. You'll already be aware that the Youth Engagement Zoom event will take place tomorrow evening, so that's 6 p.m. The Education Service has been consulting a range of focus groups on your behalf on the same topic of life and learning in lockdown. Additionally, then, members, the Red Cross has offered to facilitate an engagement, a youth engagement in the same terms on the committee's behalf, and they will do that in Refugee Week, which is the 14th to the 20th of June. And they'll bring in all of the translation and interpretation assistance that's required for that. So we'll be able to use that as part of the committee report as well. The deadline for the art project has been extended until the 18th of June. So that gives more of an opportunity for young people to contribute and for the Assembly to promote it on social media. So the work plan now shows all scheduled meetings up to Assembly summer recess on the 10th of July.
Okay. Thanks so much for all that work that has been going on in relation to the youth engagement. Aiming, can I just to summarise that briefly, members? Obviously, the committee has made it a real priority to engage with and listen to children and young people. And I think we've developed a good reputation and a good record in that regard. We've engaged with the Belfast Youth Forum on RSE, the Secondary Student Union of Northern Ireland on exams, Departmental, Crisis Cafe on emotional health and wellbeing, and the Children's Commissioner Children's Panel on a wide range of issues. So this is really about ensuring that every child and young person has an opportunity to engage with us. We've got our youth engagement event tomorrow night. Please do all you can to make that and promote the art project as well, which I think is a reasonably creative way to try and encourage children and young people to communicate with us about what impact lockdown has had on their life and learning, and they can do so in a variety of different ways. Then, Clark, if you could communicate with members best ways for us to promote that art project, maybe the committee Twitter account and social media accounts could post some of those details for us to retweet. I think it'd be really good to finish this term strongly in terms of our engagement with children and young people, given the Department of Education is the Department for Children and Young People. Members content with that approach?
Yeah, Chair, I believe that there's a group who are composing some music as well. Of their own bat. They've been inspired, so.
I think that's brilliant. Like I said, the Department of Education is the executive department for children and young people. We're the committee for children and young people, and we want to engage as best we can and then showcase those experience, platform the voice of children and young people in Northern Ireland. So I'm delighted that we've been able to do that. Members content to endorse that forward work programme? Agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed, thank you. Okay, members, any other business?
No.
No? Okay, then the date and time for our next meeting is Wednesday, the 9th of June. Do we have any informal meetings next Tuesday, Clark?
We do. I'll remind everyone about that, actually, Chair. Yeah, we've got one every Tuesday from now on.
Okay, and who's next Tuesday with?
I don't have it in front of me.
No problem. If you can remind us of the informal meeting as well, that'd be great. If I can remind members as well, we've run slightly over time, we'll be a bit late for it, but obviously there is the further education event happening now between 1 and 2 that members might want to log into online to support. Thanks very much for all your efforts today, members. The committee meeting does now adjourn. Thank you.
Thanks.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30.
Can you hear us?
Good. Anybody else? We need one more.
Are we not quorate yet?
No.
We can't decide anything, so I'm just been texting members to see who's likely.
That's we can't decide anything anyhow, but it's better if we have at least 5.
I presume the other 2 are on Starleaf, but we just can't get them.
Nomination, that's our Philip, are up straight away.
Yeah, they're not here, so.
Not here. Jim, is Melissa or Philip? Oh, there's Jim. We're Cora. Yep.
We've gone for quality rather than
quantity. We've done that. Yeah. And now we are 5. Okay, team, let's see if we can crack on now that we're 5. So we're Corrit. Brief overview of today's business. The committee will consider a briefing from RAISE and a second departmental briefing on the main estimates and budget number 2 Bill 2021. A further briefing by officials on the department's June monitoring mount submission. In closed session, the committee would be asked to settle its position in respect of accelerated passage for the budget number 2 Bill 21. And there is one item of subordinate legislation. Okay. And by my watch, it's 14:02. And we'll start the session.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, and welcome to the the Finance Committee today. Members, do we have any apologies?
Unreceived.
Unreceived. Okay. And has any notice been received from any member who delegated authority to another member to vote under the temporary standing order 115/6?
Nope.
Nope. Any declarations of interest? Nope. Moving on to Chairperson's business, Northern Ireland Affairs Committee. As previously agreed, I met informally last week with the Chairperson of the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee to discuss the Northern Ireland Protocol. Colin McGrath chaired this informal session. Discussions included concerns relating to medicine supply chains, the impact of the protocol on investment, and the new trading arrangements with Australia. A note of proceedings will be circulated in due course. Members of the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee are to visit Belfast in the first week of July, I think that's just about confirmed, and to gather evidence in respect to the protocol. And with your agreement, I'm quite happy to meet them informally when they're here, and I think that would be quite useful. Great. And if any other members are quite happy to meet with the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee informally, we can agree to that as well. Are we agreed? Great. Moving on to the next item, legislative programme. The committee previously sought and received clarity from the department regarding its plans for primary legislation in the remainder of the mandate. Financial reporting bill has been introduced. An LCM is expected to be laid in December. AQW has referred to an arm's-length body bill, which is with the executive. Is the committee content to write to the department to seek clarity on the rest of the legislative programme, including the Independent Fiscal Council bill, which I think is very important, the Fire Safety Building Regulation subordinate legislation, which again is a matter of considerable importance, and the Social Value in Procurement bill? Are we agreed?
Agreed. Can I
agreed?
Chair?
Yes, sure.
So we've had the financial reporting bill. We're fairly predictably, we're now getting quite a bit of a backlog of legislation that we'll have to get through, and we're only a month away from recess, that we'll have to get through from September to May, assuming we last that long. Do we know when second stage is going to be of this, or have we had any?
14th. It's on the order paper, which has been issued.
Oh, it's already on the
it's on the
order
order paper. I think it's 14th of June.
Yep.
14th of June.
Fine, okay. And can I just ask, are we going to be is that second stage, and then we'll do our committee stage after that, of course?
Yeah. Okay.
There's no point in me taking up time with stupid questions, but I insist on doing it anyway.
There is no such thing.
Indeed.
If provided it's informative. Okay, and move on to the next one. The draft minutes of proceedings. The draft minutes of the 26th of May are at page 7. Are members content with the draft minutes on the 26th of May? Are an accurate record of proceedings? Are we agreed? Agreed. There are no matters arising. Next item on the agenda is oral presentation from RAISE on the 21-22 budget. And can I ask Rachel and Christopher to come on Starleaf? Or I think you're both on it. Are we?
They are now.
Yep. The following papers are relevant to this agenda item. Research briefing paper at page 17 and the Department of Finance monthly forecast outturn data for March 2021 is at page 50. Could I ask either Rachel or Christopher to make their opening statement, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon.
Good
We're
afternoon.
here to present the briefing paper on the Executive Budget 2021-22, which starts on page 17 of your packs. I'm going to briefly touch on some of the context behind the budget setting process for the Executive Budget 2021-22, and then I'll pass over to Chris, who will discuss the economic context and then what's been included within the budget for 2021-22. So first of all, I'd like to draw your attention to one of the resources that we've created. Over the past few months, RAISE has compiled and hosted an interactive timeline of key events. It begins with the agreement of the New Decade, New Approach in January of 2020 and goes right up until the publication of the executive budget document at the end of April. It basically sets out in chronological order key events from the UK government, including like the spending review, as well as local events, which for whatever reason have contributed to a challenging and compressed timeline for budget scrutiny. This resource was included in the draft budget briefing paper presented to the committee in March. However, a link to the updated version is included on page 22 of your packs. If you haven't already had a chance to look at it, it is a really useful resource at putting some perspective on the budget setting process over the past year and a half. Obviously, a lot has happened over the past year and a half, and I think it's a good reminder of some of what's gone on and when it's gone on. And it also includes links to
complex issues that require generational change, which is what I believe Urban Villages is about. The buddy system spans over 2 decades now and was pioneered by local principals from 2 nursery schools located in the heart of the Shankill and the Ardoyne, Edenderry Nursery Schools and Holy Cross Nursery School. Inspired by the signing of the Good Friday Belfast Agreement in '98, both school leaders felt there was something they could do together to help children and families embrace and play a role in the building of peace between their communities. In those early days, it was a courageous task, and it continues to be so as we face new, yet familiar uncertainties. Chris was invited into this partnership by the schools in 2001 when parents and carers wished to be involved, and that message was coming loud and clear. The schools weren't equipped to facilitate that, so they invited us in. And after nearly a decade of this partnership of 3, ourselves with the nursery schools, we were awarded a place in the OFM, DFM and Atlantic Philanthropy's Contested Spaces programme that ran between 2011 and 14. This multi-annual funding package allowed Buddy Up to be trialled for the first time in some local feeder primary schools, Holy Cross Boys in Glenwood and Wheatfield and Holy Cross Girls Primary Schools. A senior official attended one of the programme days where we had a really large group of parents, which can be very common. There were over 50 in attendance, and they were gathered for one of our dialogues, whilst the children were playing and learning together with their buddies in W5. The discussion was lively, as it always is, and having the opportunity to witness this, it clearly had an impact on the attending official. We could see that they were surprised and shocked even, clearly motivated by what they had heard, particularly as it was and is counter to the dominant narrative that exists, stigmatising communities who desperately want peace, security and safety for their families, as we all do. As Professor Colin Knox, who evaluated the Contested Spaces programme, wrote, the hope was palpable, having witnessed this same energy time and time again on his multiple visits out to our programme. The impact and potential of the buddy system was then recognised and fed directly into the design of the T-Buck strategy, and much to the delight of everyone involved. It's important to highlight that this multi-annual funding, if it hadn't been accessed and had that senior official not had an opportunity to witness the impact of the work, a significant and innovative peace-building opportunity would have been lost, as Buddy Up, even during the COVID-19 crisis, has continued to flourish and have impact. Also important to add that Chris is really fortunate to be core funded by the Community Relations Council. Had we not have been in receipt of this 3-year investment, several initiatives that are also seen as pioneering in their field would not have taken root. One of those being the Antrim and Randallstown Schools Moving Forward Together, or MFT partnership as they're more widely known. That's been operating now for over 5 years. An independent good relations partnership of 20 schools and other statutory and community partners, paving the way for new learning and potential of replication across the province, and it's an initiative that the Education Authority are particularly excited about. This A single-year funding model creates weakness and vulnerability, not just in the community and voluntary sector, but also impacts the co-design model itself. It puts additional and unnecessary pressure on groups who work at the grassroots and who are finely tuned to the context and the changes at a community level, and therefore the response. In the briefing, I laid out the various negative impacts that delayed communications regarding the issue of a letter of offer had on us, our staff, the organisation itself, and those impacts we are still working through. We are aware from a survey that we conducted just over this last week that similar impacts have been felt by many of the community-led projects also serving urban villages. Almost 50% of groups stated that funding delays negatively impacted their organisational governance, staff and finances. Some reported cessation of services and one group having to stop a service key to the elderly and the housebound. Another preventing the development of a capital project. And as one contributor put it, multi-annual budgets is a necessity. Annual budgets are leading to a shocking waste of money as projects spend a disproportionate amount of time on meeting the administration needs of government rather than actual delivery. The stress it brings on both the frontline staff and project managers is intolerable and quite rightly wouldn't be accepted by government employees. It is true that often those who work in the community and voluntary sector experience sector burnout and feel forced to move away from work they are deeply passionate about due to the stresses working for the sector puts on their own family life and well-being. This constitutes a depletion of community leadership and resourcing, particularly at a time when bottom-up approaches are so necessary to create the positive outcomes against complex challenges that often require a long-term or generational change mindset. The co-design model is one very welcome by the third sector, and at CRIS we've been privileged to work with the Urban Villages officials and other cross-sectoral projects, the community and the capital projects, but there is much more that we can be doing together. A 3-year investment would provide the necessary provision to think well and act well together in the tackling of common needs that disadvantage already severely disadvantaged communities. In April and May, despite the concerns over our organisational capacity, CRIS felt it had to respond to the tensions and violence that spilled out across several localities. We are continuing that work and co-designing a multifaceted response to support dozens of schools across urban village areas. Securing timely contracts and or a multi-annual investment will create much needed flex for organisations to be equipped to support the good relations work that has been cited by all school principals as needed now more than ever. In the spirit of rowing the boat together, we would urge that fuller consideration is given to awarding multi-annual funding packages and honouring the social capital and community infrastructure so fundamental to creating lasting change in our communities. Thanks everyone for listening and giving me the opportunity for uninterrupted airtime. Emily and I are more than happy to take any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I had my microphone on mute, which you got uninterrupted time there, so I wasn't able to interrupt you. But thanks very much for that presentation. It's been really good to sort of hear about the work that you're doing. It's very valuable, and we can see from the information that you provided the sort of impact that it's having and the rates that it's having. I'm not sure, I could be confusing you, and apologies if I am, but I certainly, with my background in youth work, I know that the boards, as they used to have a form of community relations that was in schools, and I don't know if that's a similar project to what you're involved in, but certainly I know that any of the interventions that did take place within the school was important, but that reach out into the community and that reach out and impact into the lives of young people is absolutely critical. And I know that, Lisa, you had written to us and that you're very passionate about the fact that 1 year funding is really impairing the work that you can do. And maybe what I'll do, although I know you've mentioned it in your report, just to give you another opportunity to sort of tell me what would having a longer funding stream, say for 3 years, what would that enable you to do? What would be the real positive benefits of having that extended funding period?
Yeah, brilliant question, Colin. So I suppose like anything, it's all about strategy building and preparation. So for instance, we've just recently informed all the Urban Villages schools that formally we are still around. You know, and as I said to Lindsay Farrell, even if Urban Villages funding doesn't come around, Again, for us, organisationally, we are committed to those communities of need. They're high need, and it's a complete, the access that we have got into those localities now is really, I suppose, hitting home with what our organisational ethos and what our value base is, but not being able to, for example, even close a project up well, leaving it hanging, and then planning almost like a dual approach to close down but open up and further build that community outreach and build capacity with the staff. You know, we're still in the throes of the school year, and you know, those 3 term times are our busiest time of the year. Now, summer is really a developmental period for us where we do a lot of resource development, particularly now with the implications of COVID. We've had to move a lot of our delivery online, and how do we recreate the facilitated you know, from your youth work experience, you'll know how valuable and critical it is, that facilitated dialogue. It's much more stagnated online. So developing really resources that can give, it'll never be the same, but worksheets and training up the staff to try and emulate some sort of in-person delivery where the children are linked up on Google Classrooms. We need the expertise of the teachers, particularly now, to tell us how best to do that. And I have to say, if it wasn't for the generosity amidst everything they were dealing with of the schools releasing staff to help us co-design some of those programs, particularly the link-up element, you know, live streaming into 2 classes at one stage, our programs would have fallen flat. And, you know, for the sake of a bit, you need time to be creative. I think as an organisation, that is one of our key strengths, but no one could have obviously foreseen COVID. And at one stage I thought, okay, Chris is possibly going to close when COVID hit. You know, we have a long history span of many decades, but the staff, you know, the skills in our staff team are incredible. They went away and developed themselves in-house training to be able to continue our work online. And as I say, the feedback from schools is that, particularly with the tensions that have blown up, you know, that it's something that having a deficit year in terms of good relations and shared education type work, you know, chronic. They want and need their children to meet their local neighbourhood children, you know, children they're going to see in local shops and communities. So, I mean, we just need time to plan. We need time to strategize with schools who are particularly motivated. You know, there's a number of school partnerships that are brand new. Those school partnerships have went from 0 to confidence to reach out into their communities that would be heavily stigmatized. And I guess what we continue to learn in our work is that there's many voices in the community that aren't been represented. The danger of the single story that emanates from media and obviously from politics and how that pans out often is not representative, and the school is that anchor point for enabling those voices to come in. That is challenging, and work that schools shouldn't feel like they have to face alone. So it does require a facilitative partner, and it's complex and it's nuanced, and it's not the same, say, in Donegal Road in the village to what it is in the Shankill and Ardoyne or Newton Abbey or wherever in some of our other locations of work. So, I mean, by the time you get your contract, you have to, you know, if we didn't plan, like have a positive mindset, we would have closed everything down to make sure that, you know, we're leaving things well and tied off sufficiently. But we don't operate like that. And it does put you at risk, and it creates, I mean, we almost lost our staff. Those relationships would have been gone. I mean, I would have happily jump back into program work, but that's not and shouldn't be the job now of me as a director. I love delivery, but we need the organisation to be robust and to meet the, you know, compounding need that is, I suppose, galloping at pace in our communities. I'm wonderful going off on tangents, as I've said.
It gives that sense that to be able to strategize and to be able to provide some sort of in-depth core work, you need to know that you're not just T minus 11 months from the funding running out. So, you know, and the programs do go in a cycle. that it is critically important that you have that end period that maybe is, and if you were just doing a 12-month period, you would be preparing for the endings around about sort of month 9, month 10. But if then suddenly halfway through a month 11 they give you another year's funding, then that just changes the dynamic of the work that you're doing, and it's important to have an understanding of how that happens. But maybe just for my other question, and it's a question I used to hate getting asked, so my apologies up front for that, but how do you monitor the impact that it's actually the work is having on the young people? How do you measure that? And would you find yourself maybe interacting with people that went through the programme maybe 5 years ago or whatever amount of years ago, just to try and keep a thread on the impact of the work? Because unfortunately, a lot of funding is monitored, evaluated. What's the value for money? So how do you carry out that side of the work?
So it's another cracking question, Colin. We're quite geekish when it comes to monitoring evaluation. So I'm going to hand over to our resident doctor, Emily, who brings so much new insights and just expertise to that whole important piece of our work. Emily, do you want to pick up on that question?
Yeah, and thank you again for the opportunity to speak to the committee today. It's really an honour. So speaking a little bit about impact, I think, Colin, you're absolutely correct. It is a tricky one, particularly when you're working in a field like peace building or youth work, where it's very difficult to measure impact and particularly in a short time frame. So I think that's, for me, another argument for the multi-year funding stream, because impact over 3 years, you probably have a little bit better sense of what that might look like. But I will tell you a little bit about some of our impacts. We have had research conducted, both academic research and then sort of our own program-based research. And in 2018, we had some academic research that focused directly on Buddy Up. And that was a wonderful opportunity for us to learn a little bit about particularly what the parents got out of their participation in Buddy Up. So we had surveys conducted with over 53 different respondents at a particular event that we were holding. And they were able to tell us that Buddy Up increased their own desire to get involved with cross-community and community relations activities. So 75% of the parents felt that exposure that their kids were having actually also motivated them to become involved. They really felt that because the program allowed them to interact in each other's communities, so they would go back and forth from each other's schools. So that was a really unique aspect. And they were invited to attend alongside. So they were going back and forth on a regular basis in and out of each other's neighborhoods. And for them, what was really important was that 80% of those parents indicated that made them feel safer outside of their own community. So entering into the other communities area, which would have typically felt a little bit uncomfortable or even would never have happened, they 80% felt safer doing so. So we thought that was a really important one in terms of a behavioral change that could really make a difference in terms of feelings of safety and moving outside of limited kind of geographies. And also one important statistic that we want to mention is that 94% of parents felt that Buddy Up should be widely replicated. So that at that particular time, Buddy Up was a focus in the nursery school. So they were asking that it be replicated at nursery level and very comprehensively so. So that was a really exciting statistic for us to get on that particular piece of research. We've had regular research with urban villages, looking at sort of streamlined into the outcomes-based accountability metrics. So there, again, we have very good measurements there. 90% feeling that the project supported cross-community engagement. 90% improving partnership approaches to good relationships between their schools. And again, just 90% feeling that it improved their attitudes to cultural diversity and opened those up. So those are some of just the headlines of the impacts that we have. And again, I think it's the long-term impact. And because Chris is committed to localities in a very wide and deep way, that's a longer-term impact rather. And just a wee story about that, just while I can bend your ear a little bit. We have parents who were involved. Gosh, I think they've been involved maybe 7 years ago was the initial involvement. We recently did some follow-up research with them. And the outcomes of that were extremely exciting to hear, because for some of those parents, they said it was life-changing. They had developed friendships that were maintained over the course of that whole period of time. And that was throughout difficult community tensions, like the flags protests, for example. They were able to maintain their relationships and maintain their friendships, to the extent that one individual said she now is involved in community relations work herself. She now is actively involved in that on a regular basis, and that's her profession, all because of her initial involvement with Buddy Up. So we know it can have a huge impact.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much for that. And it's actually an interesting take on it, that whilst the work is there for the young people, the work is there about developing their skills and their future, that actually the knock-on effect that it actually has on the wider family and the parents as a result is something that probably people wouldn't automatically assume from a community relations programme in schools. So it's nice to hear that and to be able to capture that. As I'm sure you'll be aware, most of the committee members have an interest and want to ask questions. So I'm going to call John Stewart, who is the new Deputy Chair today. This is his first meeting, so be nice to him as well. We'll invite John to ask a question. There, on you go, John.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the kind words. Big shoes to fill in replacing Doug Beattie, but I'll do my utmost for you. Lisa, Emily, can I thank you first of all for the presentation? It really was insightful. I've had the privilege of seeing firsthand some of the great work you do in the schools, and I think the presentation, and then in terms of measuring the outcomes that Emily gave, it just shows just how effective this work is. But I want to say from the outset, I totally support your call for a multi-annual budget. I don't think any organisation or sector would be expected in any normal circumstances to operate year to year, not knowing how their staff are going to be funded and having that security, yet alone a sector doing as great a delivery and delivering such good outcomes as yourselves. It's not fair. I don't know why the community and voluntary sector specifically are expected to do it, and it has to end. And if there's anything we can do and I can do, I think we should be doing that for you. I have 2 points if I can share, 2 questions. I'm just really keen to get a feel for how the great work you do through the Buddy Up scheme ties in with other excellent work and engagement that goes on in the community, you know, how that all links together and how important you think that it is. And the second point, if I could, just from the presentation itself, there was you talking about the impacts of tensions and violence in the community, and I see about the meeting that was hosted in May last month. I'm just concerned, you know, about basically what it says there, the feedback you were getting from principals about a growing anti-PSNI message, concerns about the type of things the children are bringing into school, the messages they're putting out in social media, and the escalation and fear, and the fact that one principal talked about walking into the abyss again. I mean, that is deeply worrying. I'm just want to get a feeling for, you know, I know you're going to work on that and collectively try to come up with some ways to try to address it, but was there anything that came out of that meeting about what done in the immediate term to start to try and nip the issues that you're seeing? Thanks very much.
Thank you, John, and thank you for that supportive commentary around the multi-annual as well. Emily, I'm wondering if I just kickstart briefly about the MFT model and pass to you about the work we've been doing to link up community and capital, ideally, projects in the urban village areas. So again, it goes back to that multi-annual security. So from our core funding from the Northern Ireland, the Community Relations Council, a lot of our work is developmental with the co-design element with school principals at the core. So we've been working really, for over a decade in Antrim and Randallstown, but particularly over the last 5 years. And I'll make this example brief because I want to focus on urban villages. But we had the opportunity to, I suppose, to help coordinate, invited by the schools on the back of a good relations project we were doing funded by IFI. So we don't see any project as a project in its own right. We like to see it as part of a process. If we attach to a community, we attach for the longer term and try and broker that commitment and span that out. So the Moving Forward Together partnership in Antrim and Randallstown is 20 schools strong. It's every single school in that locality. It's got community partners who bring in their services for free. The Education Authority is a fantastic ally. The council they are absolutely critical to the development of that partnership and the confidence building that their support give those school principals. So we collaboratively design something from scratch that really is about, joining up. Services has been, something talked about for a long time, and there's been good strides at that. But for us in our work, this was the first chance we got to really, from scratch, try and build a collaborative model. And if anyone's interested in that example, there's 2 stages of our Good Relations and Collaborative Education model, video case studies online from the teacher's perspective, from parents, from pupils' perspective about how that partnership developed, because we like to put the schools to the fore. We facilitate them to take the leading voice and not be at the forefront of that. We think that's really important. So we have learned lots of lessons about how to develop and then formalise a multi-sector, locality-based partnership. And I have to say, if it wasn't for that opportunity to experiment with the schools in those areas who entrusted us with their time, school leaders, hard to find time to prioritise in something brand new. They did it because they've seen the benefit that brings to their whole locality. So the learning from that has armed us really with the ability to think through how do we not just build a capacity with the schools, so Buddy Up can be embedded once Urban Villages finishes. We'll always be here to try and support in every way we can. But when Urban Villages wraps up, how do we make sure that capacity is built in? How do we link those schools better to their local community? All these things show up in evidence around educational attainment, schools that engage parents well. Children have much more potential of achieving in school. Schools attached well to their local community, bringing in those services, also showing really strong results. Around attainment and common need and working to the same agenda. So I'll bat over to Emily at this stage because, again, we recently conducted quite a wide-ranging scoping exercise with the local community projects across all of the urban village areas. And then we'll get to the tensions question. Emily.
So I'll just make it brief. So we conducted a scoping study across the urban villages with all of the community partners that are also linked in order that we could both identify sort of strategic ways that we can support and work together with the community. So we found all sorts of really interesting ways in which we think that can be enhanced in the future, which is, again, part of the sort of pitch towards a longer term funding allows that to really embed itself well. But one example, which was a really lovely synergy, was the call-in allotments. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the work that they do, but so they were able, we had a parent appreciation program at the end of one of our P7 programs called Knowing Me and Knowing You. And so parents are invited to attend. And so we partnered with call-in allotments, and they provided seeds, soil, all of the kind of ingredients to enable the parents to make gifts to the children as part of a celebration event. So that was a really nice way to have the community organization partnering with the school and partnering with us with Buddy Up. So there are future examples that we can really exploit once we're able to do so. The scoping study was fascinating. It indicated there was many ways in terms of reading and literacy support, in terms of numeracy support. There's many ways in which our programs can be synergistic using the buddy systems to enhance educational attainment, for example, just one example. So we'll leave it there in order to move on to the next question, but there's lots of ways we can work together.
Yes, so the rather unfortunate series of events over April, in some localities where violence did spill out onto the streets. I guess it was a litmus exercise for us. So we invited that meeting with principals and schools in another locality in Newton Abbey. Now, we could have went further than that, but we thought we'll keep it to the 48 schools because we weren't sure how many would turn up. And we thought, well, if there's dozens that turn up, it's not going to be necessarily a supportive space for them all to contribute to that discussion. So, it was astounding, the level of interest immediately. There's a sense that this is not necessarily support that the Education Authority have reached out with, in the immediacy of tensions kicking off. Trauma, fear, that one principle, and I probably will not talk about specifics in terms of feedback, but, that sense of walking into the abyss was the dominant message coming out across all those who participated. Feeling of isolation, feeling that are we in the perfect storm of going back into what we all experienced as adults and know the long-term implications of that, particularly around intergenerational trauma and even the impact that has on educational attainment and quality of life outcomes. So it was a listening exercise, genuinely, but we also asked the principals, is there anything from your awareness of what is in our capabilities, or even things beyond our capabilities that we could partner with others on? What are key things that you think would be useful? So that survey has went back out to principals at the minute, and we're still collecting the information. But we sort of sectioned it off from what we heard from them in two main areas: a programmatic response and a communication response. The programmatic response would look at particularly equipping staff better to deal with issues that are very live in the classroom, not even in a personal development and mutual understanding lesson, but in the middle of a maths class. Children coming out with all sorts of questions, that I won't repeat because they're just very difficult and emotional, and staff not knowing how to address those safely. Schools calling out for counselling support, desperate need of counselling support. Children deregulated, clearly not sleeping since the Easter holidays. Staff impacted, worried, concerned. I mean, mostly non-teaching staff, classroom assistants, etc., come from the local community. So there's certainly a sense of trauma working through the whole school community. Parents, again, just on the tip of their tongue, wondering how we got to this stage again, thinking that we were well past this. And I guess the flammability of the conflict is something that people are terrified about. Thankfully, that has simmered right down. But I guess the amygdala, that part of the brain, is constantly waiting, to detect risk again. So a programmatic response is one that we're looking at. Even, for example, the idea of looking at a transition program, which we don't currently have from P7 to first year, that looks at healthy peer attachments, that helps young people to understand the workings of their own brain. So it's almost bringing a neuroscience lens to peace building and community relations work, looking at how do we understand our own behaviours and, the wee ones who get maybe excited about what's going on down the end of the road, not wanting to be pulled into it, but yet and all maybe getting pulled into things. So how to understand peer attachment. And we have a fantastic, there's many professionals out now around this. I know that our generation program as well with Urban Villages, that partnership is going to be an incredible boost to the communities. But we've been working closely with just an incredible guy who's been doing training for us over this last year and prior to that, who, we're potentially looking at a program directed at pupils with the necessary capacity building element brought in for the teachers. The supportive network can't be underestimated as well. So that idea of principals coming together regardless of their own community background or the communities they serve, and just feeling like if we're not part of the solution, then are we part of the problem? And then what we were quite taken back was, where is the good news stories? Where is the hope in all of this? This single narrative dominating media is just absolutely, pulling the life out of people. Community well-being, when you see your community represented in certain ways and it's only that way, it just depresses people. So there was a real calling from across the board, like unanimously, about alternative communication and an alternative media project, potentially a lobbying campaign. These are things that we're working out because, once principals say that we're acting on this, there might be different reasons why some people can commit to some things rather than others. So it genuinely is purely co-design. It's a new shift point for us as an organisation, because we never really, during the flags protest, we were working very closely in the community with the schools and had all sorts of conversations with others. But beyond doing our programme response, we didn't think outside the box. Now we feel like we're robust enough as an organisation to think outside the box and genuinely partner with, for example, youth provision, churches, businesses. How do we get people together under, with solidarity at the core, which doesn't mean people cannot have grievances, absolutely, around politics and cultural, events and situations. That is absolutely there and legitimate. But how do we ensure that children and young people and families do not face the trauma and the conflict, that comes with really highly unsettled community and political tensions?
Yeah, absolutely. Lisa, thanks so much for that. I think we could talk about what is a really important subject. We could talk about this all day, and I can tell yours and Emily's passion for this. What I'll do is maybe touch base with you offline. It'd be great to come and see the work again firsthand. And I know we're still in the COVID environment, but hopefully we can maybe get something arranged and come and see some of that delivery and get a chat with you further, if that's okay.
That would be incredible, John. We'd welcome it. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, John. Okay, next up, I'm going to ask for Martina to be brought in. And I suppose maybe I know, Lisa, it's our bad asking you to come in 1 hour and talk about everything, but we've another 3 members that want to talk, and we've got about 15 minutes left. So if we could keep ourselves to shorter questions, because I know what it's like when you've got a passion about something, you just want to get it all out there. But I'm conscious that I don't want to have to cut other people's questions afterwards. So I'll pass over to Martina.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Lisa and Emily, for that. You talked about sectoral burnout in terms of the community sector and the benefits of pulling projects and buddy up with other projects. And you said about the Education Authority being excited about the work that you're doing. So I suppose my question is to get a handle and an understanding from yourselves as the role that the Department of Education is playing in supporting the community relations in school. Chris, sometimes when we're saying that name, Chris, beware, Joe and Jane public out there might think you're talking about a person. So I think when we're talking about the community relations in school, it would be good to know the support, financial support and others that you've received from the Department of Education.
I suppose Martina, we don't receive direct funding from the Department of Education. We did now for 28 years, up until 2010, when the school's community relations programme was pulled. So we don't receive any direct funding from them. All of our funding comes from government sources, Central Good Relations, Community Relations Council, Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade Reconciliation Fund and others.
And have you made any applications under any other streams from the Department of Education? Because given all that you're saying about all of this stuff happening in school, the way you're talking about it, the kind of trauma that seems to be at times materialising in school, then surely the Department of Education couldn't ignore all of that.
No, and in fairness to the department, I suppose, Martina, we haven't reached out directly with them. We have, been working in close enough partnership with the Education Authority, but particularly over this last few years, we're now a member of that stakeholder reference group for the mainstreaming of shared education. So our work with the Education Authority is about partnership. It doesn't necessarily involve funding or income generation, but genuinely we know and have been recognised to have significant learning in areas that are recognised as limitations. With with say for example shared education, particularly that of addressing controversial or sensitive issues in the classroom, particularly that of community connections. That's something that there's a real limited understanding of, and it just happens to be one of our organisational strengths. So, we're delighted as an organisation to be in a place to work in partnership with the Education Authority, but I think your question has landed rightly on something we need to take on board, which is to reach out directly with the department themselves. So that's an action that we can take forward from this meeting.
Yeah, because if all that's happening in the classroom, and if something, whether it's sensitive being said in the classroom or something that's causing potential trauma, or whatever else, or a child is coming into school with some notions in their head, you would imagine that the schools, the teachers, the principals, the classroom assistants, that they would be all collecting and collating this information as well and relaying that on to the Department for Education. So I think if there is any takeaway from listening today and from your discussions. I would highly recommend that. But I'm conscious of what the chair said about time, and there's only 15 minutes left. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that, Martina. If I could ask next for Trevor Lunn to be brought up into the spotlight, and we'll get a question from Trevor.
Okay, Chair, thanks very much, Lisa, Emily. I do admire the work you do, and thanks for your presentation. Your enthusiasm and commitment just shines through, and I think it's wonderful. I'm looking at the list, a sample list of programs that you're involved in, and Every School a Good School and T-Buck and so on. And 3 of them are to do with shared education. Obviously a big thing and one of your main platforms, I'm sure. Doesn't mention integrated education anywhere. Do you do work with the integrated schools?
We do indeed, Trevor. I'll bat to Emily. She's more succinct than me, so.
Thank you for the question, Trevor. We do work with integrated schools, quite a number of them. And in fact, we also work with Irish medium schools in addition to that. So we cover both maintained, controlled, integrated and Irish medium sectors. And actually, special schools have been involved with CRISP programs as well. So we really try to pride ourselves on working across the range of different sectors that the education system provides there for us. And I suppose, we would welcome all opportunities, and have had really successful partnerships between integrated schools and controlled schools and maintained schools. So really, while that might seem a little bit unusual, it has worked really well, and we found great openness amongst all of the different sectors that we work with.
Okay, so integrated schools would probably be a pretty good example of what you're trying to achieve. And if you buddy an integrated school with any other type of school, it can only be beneficial, I would have thought. Just a quick comment. I think along the way you mentioned Eden Dairy School. Is that up on Tennant Street in Belfast?
It's Lanark Way now, Trevor. So they used to be in the same sort of building as Glenwood Primary School. And now over this I think 3 years ago, they moved to a brand new site on Lanark Way, which is amazing. But then of course they were in the cold face of the tensions and the worry around the building and all of that came back the other month.
No, the only reason I asked is from my 10 years in the Education Committee before I came to this one, and Eden Dairy School actually presented twice to the Education Committee, and I went up to see them, and I think from memory the head principal at that time was Betty somebody, and Betty would be furious at me for not being able to remember her surname. But it was a terrific school, but they both said that over the years their attendance fluctuated according to the level of tension in that area. And it was tension between loyalists, paramilitaries. It wasn't across the divide. Dreadful, sometimes they would find all the children allegedly with UDA parents didn't turn up and so on, that sort of thing.
Okay.
The work you're doing, I'm sure, would be trying to alleviate some of that nonsense. Like I don't really, as far as multi-year funding is concerned, you'll get no argument from this committee. That would be ideal for all the community and voluntary sector bodies. At the moment, it doesn't seem possible, but maybe better days are coming. Certainly, you should be high up the list if we do achieve that. So I just wish you well and pass on to the next question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trevor.
Okay.
All right, Trevor, thank you very much for that. We're going to ask Pat Sheehan to come up next for some questions. Pat, we can pass to yourself.
Thanks, Colin. Thank you, and thanks, Emily and Lisa. I think you've covered most of the bases. So I've just one short question, really. I suppose within your practices, has there been any consideration given to informing the various communities and I suppose parents and children about the discrimination and racism that's suffered by, I suppose, whether you want to call them immigrants, newcomer, refugee families? Thanks.
Yeah, that's a spot on question as well. Emily, do you want to pick up on that wee one, just in terms of programme?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose what I would say is that I think increasingly many of our schools, in particular in certain geographies, are quite multicultural, and much more so than they would have been maybe years ago. And we work directly with those schools, and the kinds of work that we do with Buddy Up in terms of building friendships, promoting empathy, embracing multicultural diversity of identities, sharing traditions, all of those main messages that we're promoting with Buddy Up are directly applicable, and we would, openly be bringing that into the classroom when we're physically there in the classroom and talking to the kids and running our programs. So absolutely, I think it's relevant, increasingly so. And many of the schools, are schools where, that diversity is absolutely just the norm. So we've had really good relationships. And I think, particularly, so I'm thinking of areas where Fane Street, St. Paul's, for example, they're a great shared education partnership that has been part of our Urban Villages program. And they share, maybe an increasingly diverse international constituency of community representatives and children and families. And so, in some respects, that's really a lovely partnership. But it's very much kind of on the forefront of the way we work in terms of building the friendships across all communities and embracing that inclusive identity.
And Emily, if I could just pitch in as well, that the School's a Sanctuary, Pat, so that's one of the other education cross-cutting projects. So School's a Sanctuary is about creating, schools where safety and inclusion and welcome are at the forefront. And our project layers really lovely on top of that for the schools to work in partnership and to bring in the parental aspect. And I think just really important in normalising that all sorts of people and backgrounds and lives live and deserve to live and have the right to live in our communities. And I think schools and that status of a school of sanctuary really is an important communicator into the local community, and sure, that can only be strengthened and built on with more work.
Yeah, no, that's excellent, and I mean what we would expect, I suppose. The one issue that, I mean, it's great that kids can mix and integrate with other kids, whether from different races, different religions, or whatever. I suppose the problem is once the kids go outside the school, and I'm just wondering how you can influence parents. For example, if parents are racist or sectarian or whatever, I mean, how do we break that down as opposed to just getting the kids to mix together? I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Of course, it's good. I'm just wondering how we take that next step.
I think that's absolutely critical to our program response, Pat. So and as Colin mentioned at the start after the presentation, like how we work maybe isn't seen as normal. When you think of working in schools, you think of the children, but a lot of our focus is on the adult community. So directly engaging parents, not just inviting them out to lovely events where they see their children, working and playing and having the crack together. But we have dialogue events with parents. We ask them about, well, what are your hopes for your children and your family right now and into the future? What are the barriers to those hopes been realised, and how can we get beyond those? We have all sorts of dialogues around, like, for example, the history of migration in and out of the island of Ireland over hundreds of years, so that people can have a longer, cast back to where did our identities come from? We're a real hybrid of all sorts of eras of our history. So helping, I suppose, with the adult education piece is really, really important, has improved to be really important in breaking down some of those barriers and mindsets and even myths that parents naturally, that I would have held about other communities until I had the opportunity to, for example, land in the Shankill Road at the start of my career request and realise that I was welcome being someone from, South Armagh, I was nervous about that in the early days, and have to say it's never been an issue. So I think there's a lot of myths out there, and once you have an opportunity to bring adults into facilitated dialogue with each other, those barriers just go right down. We will forward out to you, I think I mentioned it in the initial letter, an impact case study. We've done our first edition. It's called Ripples of Peace, and it features Donegal Road and St Malachy's brand new school partnership, where one of those parent dialogues was had, and you'll see some of the feedback from it that speaks to exactly the sort of impact that you'd be hoping to have. That's critical to have, the safety net that allows the children to come through.
And if I could just add one last thing, I mean, it is a generational approach. We need to see it in the long-term basis. This is long-term change we're trying to encourage. And again, if we can leave you with one message, that multi-year funding allows the longer-term commitment, and it means that we can really make those changes and invest in those communities and invest in those families over the long term.
Okay, thanks very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Pat, thanks very much for that. Could I maybe just ask for George to be brought up, just to double check, because I know, George, sometimes the raised hand function doesn't work there. So, George, is there anything that you'd like to ask?
Excuse me, Chair. Yes, and very, very welcome to Lisa and Emily, and they've given us an excellent presentation. I'm just a couple of wee points here. I represent East Londonderry and live in Limavady, and we are presently building a new shared education campus between Limavady High School and St Mary's School, and it's going to be fairly exciting. The only thing is that the headmasters, they're tearing the hair out of their heads. They're trying to get a sports hall included in the project, but unfortunately the Education Authority seems to be dragging their feet on it, and if there's any way or any input you could have to help that, because it's an excellent project between the two schools, and they're to be commended for the absolute necessary work that they're doing for young people in this area. And again, thank you very, very much. And anything from a committee point of view that we can do to help you, we certainly will.
Thank you so much, George. I met the Limavady principal just last week at the Innovation Lab around shared education. So we haven't really worked on helping schools get a shared sports hall, but we're not averse to trying new things. So anything we could do to help and reach out with those schools, we'd be glad to.
Yes, that'd be great. Be brilliant. If you have any input whatsoever, it'd be very, very much appreciated, particularly from Darren Morton, the headmaster of the high school. We have had quite a lot of meetings with over the past while back. But, thank you again.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much for that. And I don't see Trevor or Christopher indicating there for any questions, so I'm going to maybe just go on and assume that they're okay. Maybe Christopher sometimes has difficulty with the hand up, Christopher.
No, I'm fine, sir. I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, dead on. Okay, listen, Lisa and Emily, thank you very much for your presentation today. I think you're doing the sort of work that we want to see more of. You're doing the sort of work that we know is important and critical to helping form healthy attitudes amongst our young people. It's about promoting amongst our young people the sort of society that we want to move forward and see in the future. As I say, coming from that background of doing community relations work in schools, as I have done in the past, I can appreciate and understand the importance of it, and still, even to this day, bump in the street and in the community to many people that would have participated in programmes in the past. And whilst occasionally it might be over a pint in the local bar where people are telling me, I did that programme, but I learned this and I learned that and I learned the other. Whenever that's 20 years later, you know that you were having an impact. And I think that the assurance that you would get from having a sustained funding package in place to allow you to plan is something that will be very, very critical. And I'm sure that we'll take a few moments afterwards as a committee to discuss maybe if there's ways that we could advocate for that. But to both of you, thank you very much for your attendance here today. We'll let you go. And as I say, good luck with your work going forward. And hopefully we'll catch up with you again in the future.
Okay.
Incredible. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Take care. Bye.
And maybe if we do just pop the committee up into the spotlight, because I think it might be worthwhile to maybe write to the department just to advocate on the back of what we have heard today, and maybe ask about just to advocate for the process of a multi-year funding stream for groups and the work that they do. Would members be happy if we did something like that?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Okay, so look, we'll get some correspondence together from the committee and maybe discuss the importance of multi-year funding for groups such as the community relations in school. Okay, members, that's brought us to exactly 3 o'clock, which is exactly the time for our next presentation. It is item 6 on the agenda, which is the Urban Villages and Communities in Transition. It's an oral evidence session from departmental officials. Members, on pages 31 to 33 are the relevant papers. And if I could ask that we could bring up into the spotlight Lindsay Farrell, who is the Director of Urban Villages and Communities in Transition at the Executive Office, to Grania McDonald, who is the Urban Villages Programme Delivery Manager at the Executive Office, and to Colin Moffat, who is the Community and Transition Project Delivery Manager at the Executive Office. So you're very welcome. Thank you for coming along here today for this presentation. And I think maybe are we handing over to yourself, Lindsay, maybe to kick off, and then afterwards we can ask members for some questioning after that. So over to yourself, Lindsay.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to be here this afternoon. It's all of our first outing on Starleaf, so bear with us and let's hope the technology holds up. But we really do appreciate the opportunity to be here with you this afternoon to give you an update on both the Urban Villages Initiative and the Communities in Transition project. So if the committee are content, I will start with Urban Villages, then move on to Communities in Transition, and then we can allow for questions at the end, if that sounds okay. So since 2016, the Urban Villages Initiative has been supporting a range of community-led, cross-cutting and capital projects to improve good relations and help develop thriving places in areas where there's been a history of deprivation and issues around community tension and the legacy of the conflict. You'll be aware that there are 5 urban village areas, 4 in Belfast and 1 in Derry Londonderry. So the Derry Londonderry urban village takes in the Bogside, Fountain and Bishop Street areas, while South Belfast covers Sandy Road, Donegal Pass and the markets. Our North Belfast urban village covers the areas of Ardoyne and Greater Ballysillan, with East Belfast taking in the Newtonards Road, the area from Grampian Avenue to Bridge End. The Colin area makes up our West Belfast urban village area. So the initiative shapes and delivers programmes and projects in partnership with local people across all 5 areas. It's an area-based and community-informed approach that promotes good relations through a dual approach of building community infrastructure and social capital, while also building cross-community networks and projects. As a result, the programme's having a real impact on people's lives and the places where they live in terms of both community cohesion impacts and outcomes and improving the physical environment through our capital project delivery element. So working with community and statutory partners, the initiative has successfully delivered 198 programmes involving over 60,000 participants and more than 790,000 attendees at events across the 5 urban village areas across Belfast and Derry Londonderry. There are currently more than 41 community-led projects spanning the 5 areas, and these are projects that enable local groups and residents to tackle a wide range of social issues that are very much led and informed by the priorities within the local area. This includes innovative approaches to issues such as health and well-being, making places feel safer and more vibrant, and supporting learning, employment, volunteering opportunities for young people and others within the community. Cross-cutting initiatives are another important element of our programme, which represent strategic approaches to priorities shared across the urban village areas. They involve working in partnership across central and local government and with other key stakeholders such as Buddy Up and Chris that you've just had a briefing from. The initiatives include support in 46 schools across the urban village area, employability initiatives, tourism and heritage, capacity building, and a £6 million Peace 4 funding programme, which is focused in urban village areas to support positive mental health and emotional resilience. These projects have seen 349 groups working together collaboratively and over 1,200 training courses delivered overall, whilst building stronger connectivity both across and within the urban villages themselves. In 2015, at the outset of the programme, ministers announced a then planned £45 million capital investment in support of a whole range of capital projects in the 5 areas. These range from parks, community hubs and transformation of vacant and derelict sites. £2.2 million had already been invested at that point, giving a total capital budget indicatively at that point of £47.2 million. The Urban Villages Initiative in its current form is currently set to continue until March of 2023, with a further 12 months to allow for existing capital projects to be completed. 44 capital projects are now completed with over 300,000 users, over 700 activities delivered and over 500 construction and administrative jobs created as a result. The remainder are working their way through the development, planning and business case stages. Given the passage of time, and now we have a much firmer assessment in terms of the project viability and costs, and particular taking accounts of global impacts on the construction industry as a result of the pandemic and other issues, a review of the capital plans currently underway and it's under consideration within the department. I think we're very clear in terms of measuring impact across the programme, and obviously the committee have heard today about the value of measuring the difference that we're making through our programmes. From the surveys that we have completed across urban villages, 90% of participants have met someone from a different background where they didn't previously have the opportunity to do that. 84% have experienced the culture and traditions of different backgrounds, with 80% feeling more favourable towards people from a different background. We've also seen 91% of participants reporting improved mental health and well-being, with 94% having an increased knowledge and skills. At March of this year, the Urban Villages Initiative will have invested £32 million across the 5 areas. That's a collective of £8.6 million revenue and £23.4 million capital, including £5 million of partnership funding that has been leveraged in through our partnerships with other departments and agencies. So the area-based approach, we feel, has proven to be extremely effective. We feel there's really valuable learning here that we're capturing, and we want to explore how we can expand and extend and apply that to other areas. And we feel there's important learning in terms of our theory of change and how we go about our business in terms of allowing that community-informed approach to really work through from the community up and to allow us to identify and really embed that good practice that we know is happening across those 5 areas. So in moving on to the Communities in Transition project, you'll be aware that the Communities in Transition project is one of 38 actions contained within the Executive's Action Plan on tackling paramilitary activity, criminality and organised crime. In the programme, you will be aware it's known as Action B4, which committed the Executive to supporting ambitious initiatives aimed at building capacity in communities in transition, including through developing those all-important partnerships that we know really work across civil society and across community divisions. The project is designed to support and empower communities that have been most impacted by the issues around paramilitarism, other forms of criminality and the ongoing coercive control that comes along with that. You'll be aware that again it is an area-based approach, and the 8 areas of focus that were identified at the outset of the project take in Carrickfergus, Larne, Anteville and Culwater in Larne, together with Northland and Castlemara in Carrickfergus, Brandywell and Cregan in the Londonderry area, Kilcooley and Rathgill in North Down, North Lurgan taking in the area of Kilwilkie, and then Drumgask and Craigavon. West Belfast, which pretty much covers the entirety of West Belfast from Lower Falls to Ballymurphy, New Lodge and Greater Ardoyne in North Belfast, and Upper and Lower Shankill, including the Woodvale area, and last but by no means least, the Mount and Ballymacarrat in East Belfast. These areas were identified through a piece of research which was commissioned by the programme board. The intention of this was to ensure that a targeted approach was taken to the areas that are most impacted by that continued paramilitary presence, and that resources weren't being diluted too thinly across the whole of our society. We do recognise, however, that these are not the only areas impacted by these issues, and expansion of the approach is something that's under active consideration within the department, obviously within the context of the budget constraints that we're working within currently. The project worked with an academic consortium early on, and the purpose of that was really to engage extensively within communities, to really get under the skin of what was happening in these areas, to understand the underlying issues and dynamics at play, and in particular those vulnerabilities at a community level that can often be exploited by paramilitaries and organised criminals. As a result of that piece of work, 7 core themes for intervention were identified. These cover issues such as community development, community safety and policing, health and well-being, culture and identity, addressing the needs of young people, specific support for ex-prisoners, and when we talk about ex-prisoners, it's people with conflict-related convictions that relate to activities that predate 1998, and restorative practice. To date, under these themes, CIT has commissioned 34 individual projects across the 8 areas of focus. There are 272 individual organisations involved in some aspect of the project, whether that's as lead delivery organisations, tender partners, or indeed beneficiaries, and approximately 1,300 individuals are participating. Delivery up until the end of March of this year was supported by a budget of £8.5 million. Back in July of 2020, the Executive had considered a proposed approach to extending the Tackling Paramilitarism, Criminality and Organised Crime programme for a further 3 years, up to the end of March 2024. This approach included the continuation of the Communities in Transition project, and approval was given in principle subject to the confirmation of the match funding from Treasury. We received the confirmation of our budget settlement at the end of February of this year, when the Secretary of State wrote to the Justice Minister to confirm the level of UK government funding for the continuation of the programme. In that settlement, it was confirmed that Communities in Transition would benefit from a £10 million allocation to support the continued delivery of CIT over a 3-year period. It's true that this sum of £10 million does fall short of the initial £12 million bid that we had initially put into the programme, but I think we very much welcome the 3-year certainty that does come with that budget settlement. I think it's something that recognises, as the committee itself recognised before our briefing, that this is longer term, difficult, complex work, and it requires that longer term, more strategic approach in terms of our planning, and to see these impacts really embedded at a local level. It also allows us to be strategic on that 3-year basis in terms of the design, delivery and implementation of projects across the 8 areas. So since last year, we have been undertaking a lot of engagement across the 8 areas that we work in to really refine proposals for the next phase of the project. This has included engagement with current delivery partners, statutory agencies, political representatives, and other stakeholders, and we do really appreciate all of the input there has been from political reps who have taken part in those sessions and our political briefings. Public pre-market engagement sessions took place online between the 4th and 12th of May, and these were really an opportunity for us to restate the purpose of the Communities in Transition project and to share indicative outline plans at that point for Phase 2 projects, which we hope to deliver in Phase 2 across the 8 areas of focus. The procurement phase for the next phase of the project commenced on the 21st of May, and we would intend to have awarded the Phase 2 projects in early July, which will hopefully minimise any gap between the Phase 1 projects ending at the end of June and the Phase 2 activities kicking in in July. So that has been, I know that's been a lot of information to cover across both projects. We're very happy to follow up with written briefing papers if that would be helpful to the committee. That will include a lot of this detail, but very happy to take any questions or comments now on both urban villages and communities in transition. Thank you.
All right, Lindsay, thanks very much for that. I'm going to jump straight over to Pat Sheehan because I know he needs to go at 3:30. So, Pat, we can let you kick off with the questioning there.
Thanks very much, Colin. And thanks, Lindsay, for that presentation. It's very comprehensive. And I mean, I know both of these projects, the communities in transition and the urban villages, have made a big difference. And I'm speaking specifically about West Belfast because that's where I have knowledge of both of them. And I know Jennifer McCann was like a dog with a bone, and Orlia Flynn has sort of taken over where she left off and done a lot of work there. And I've spoken to other community activists, people like Jerry McConville, Peter Lynch, Jim Gervin, people like that. And I've spoken to them about the communities in transition in particular. And they believe, and these are people who have years of experience in the community sector, who believe that it is really making a difference. It is impacting on levels of criminality. There are fewer these so-called punishment, beatings and shootings and, all the type of things that we're trying to eradicate from society, and it's having an impact. I am slightly concerned that, there was a bid made for 12 million and you only got 10. Do you think, is there any chance that extra couple of million could be made up in the future?
Yeah, thank you, Pat, and thanks for the comments on both programmes. I think we're very much viewing, and our ministers are very much viewing, that £10 million as a contribution to the delivery of phase 2 of communities in transition. It's a very helpful basis for us to move ahead in terms of the phase 2 tendering and to plan on that basis. But we are actively considering in the department at this point options for how we might enhance that budget. And I would be very confident that we will be able to do that to some extent, but that's still under active consideration, because I know there are concerns. I was out in the Colin area this morning, for example, and concerns were voiced with me, around the reduction in phase 2 budgets from phase 1. I think groups understand that we have had to do a lot of work in terms of maximising that 10 million across all 8 areas. And certainly we want to keep the momentum going in terms of the projects, which is why we have moved ahead. But certainly if additional resource were to become available, we would be keen to augment phase 2 budgets for contracts where we can do that. And also leave the scope to try and test some new ideas, because we're very conscious that in these communities, things don't stand still and issues will change and the context will change, and we want to be agile and to be able to be responsive to that. So we would like to build in some scope for that sorts of activity as well, Pat. So that is something we're actively looking at and discussing with ministers around how that budget might be enhanced for phase 2.
Okay, thanks for that, Lindsay. And there was an argument, I think, at one stage for a youth stream to be included in the communities in transition. Where does that stand at the minute?
Yeah, so youth was one of those themes that emerged across all 8 of the areas, Pat, in terms of being a really important area of focus. Youth were identified as being a particularly vulnerable group, vulnerable to, I suppose, the influences of these organisations, vulnerable to being drawn into that type of recruitment. So it has always been an ongoing area of focus for us. I think at a programme level, there's a really deliberate approach in terms of the approach to young people. So there's a lot of activity that our colleagues in the Education Authority are taking forward at that local level. So I think for us, the challenge has been to find where CIT can add value to that, Pat. And we absolutely don't want to be duplicating what the Education Authority are providing. but there are some areas where particular issues are coming up in terms of perhaps joining up what's there in terms of the youth provision. I know that's something that came out in North Belfast, for example, and in Shankill. So we're having conversations with our colleagues in the Education Authority around how we can best complement what they're doing and add value without actually duplicating anything that they're doing. Colin, I'm not sure, is there anything else more detailed around youth in the areas that you'd like to add to that?
No, I think that's a fairly comprehensive summary. Like Lindsay has said, youth is a theme that's been really key and critical across all areas, and it is one, to be frank with the committee, that Communities in Transition has had to do extra work to find our place in and to deconflict with what's being provided across the board, because there's a number of players in this area, and really our focus has to be on ensuring that anything we do isn't duplicating or setting up essentially parallel services, but really complements and works with those other strands. That has been difficult. There's no doubt about it. That has been difficult. But I would think that we're honing in on what those projects might look like over the next couple of weeks.
What I would also say, Pat, just in addition, we've had a number of really helpful meetings with the Department of Education, and we think there's a really good opportunity now as we face into phase 2, as we have this 3-year certainty, to really join up and collaborative in a more collaborative way with them in terms of the rollout of our projects. Obviously yesterday we saw the publication of the Fair Start report, and there's certainly really important learning for the communities that we're working in terms of educational aspirations, underachievement, lack of achievement. So I think there's real opportunities for synergies there that we've already started to explore with the department, and we'll continue to work with them and explore where we can have better partnerships with them to try and meet, I think, the outcomes that we all want to see in these communities. We're already focusing in a number of areas around smaller scale projects about raising the aspirations of young people, working with the schools and trying to instill that aspiration for something better and for better alternatives from the age of 3 or 4. And we feel that's really where it's at in terms of that early intervention. And I think, again, that's something we'd be keen to develop as we go into phase 2.
Okay, that's great, Lindsay. Thanks for that. Thank you. Thanks, Colin.
Okay, Pat, thank you. Okay, I need to be careful here, Lindsay. Whenever you ask Colin to come in and contribute at the end of it, I panic that you're asking me to add on to the end of it. I recognise that you've somebody with you called Colin.
Too many Collins.
Give me a number instead.
I'll try and chip in as I can. Look, maybe the next question, and I don't mean this to appear rude, but there is a perception in places that the Communities in Transition Fund is a slush fund for groups that may not have moved themselves towards exclusively peaceful and democratic approaches, and that there is some hesitancy within people to see this money being invested in groups. What assurances could you give me today, I suppose, that perception is wrong, or that you can do to challenge that perception?
Yeah, no, thank you for that question and for your candor. I think it's really important we discuss these things. What I would say is that some of the commentary that there has been in media over recent weeks has been entirely unhelpful and wholly inaccurate, and I think our ministers have taken every opportunity to make that point, both in the chamber and through other forms of statements. Right from the outset, I suppose we have always been up against it in terms of a perception around communities in transition, and that was something we were very alive to. I think we're all realistic enough to know that we're all working in a very difficult space when it comes to these types of issues, and there are sensitivities, and these issues are complex. They have developed over generations, and it will take a longer term approach. So I think we recognise that from the outset, and I think from that point of view, We had taken a lot of time at the outset and often attracted criticism for it, for going out, explaining the concept of CIT, and indeed many walked away from the process because they didn't feel it was what it should have been. There was a lobby that felt it should have been about transitioning paramilitary organisations to something else. We have always been very clear that communities in transition is not about that. It is about focusing on the communities. It's about building the capacity to support the transition of those communities. And that includes increasing their capacity, building the skills. It's also about improving collaboration, both within and across those communities. And it's also about increasing participation. And all of that is laid out in a very clear theory of change that we have for our project. That's about those three elements. It's also about addressing the factors that allow paramilitary organisations to recruit. It's about addressing the factors that allow them to exert coercive control over a community. It's about allowing them to be legitimate at a community level and addressing the factors that allow them to do that. So the whole premises of CIT, and I must say it's only one project out of 38, we can do what we can through our projects to build that capacity, to improve that community resilience, but it does require all elements of the programme to wrap around and play their part also at a community level. CIT is not about providing a policing response. CIT is about building a strong, confident, resilient community. And I think we've taken a lot of time to communicate that theory of change, which is why it is incredibly disappointing then when we are faced with the type of inaccurate media reporting that we've seen. We've taken the opportunity through the recent pre-market engagement to reaffirm that and to talk about our theory of change again. We've also taken a lot of time right at the outset of the project to deliver a behaviours framework, because we were often met with the challenge, well, how do you ensure that the funding from this project doesn't fall into nefarious hands or dubious people? And we developed a behaviours framework that was based on the revised Ministerial Code of Conduct. It required anyone delivering a project on our behalf to sign up to this behaviours framework, to the rule of law, to non-violence, to support for the police. And that was included as a condition of contract in all of our phase 1 contracts. We have reaffirmed that again as we go into phase 2, and that will again be built in as a condition of contract for phase 2 contracts. And that's something that is made very clear, that if you want to deliver a project on behalf of communities in transition, you must sign up to that behaviours framework. So I think we can totally stand over our theory of change, what it is that we're trying to do. But I do really feel we do need that collective conversation, and the media has a role to play in this in terms of responsible reporting around the project, what it is, and more importantly, what it's not. And I think we have made that very, very clear, and our ministers continue to do that at every opportunity.
Okay, I probably wouldn't just share as much the element that the ministers have been entirely explicit about it. I think they've said that the reports that were there were wrong, but I don't think they've really done an awful lot to detail just how that was wrong. And perception is everything. The perception, I think one of the best ways to challenge perception is to provide lots of information, and then people can make that informed decision themselves. And I suppose, as you mentioned there about that ministerial, almost adopted from a ministerial code perspective of guidelines for people, has that ever had to be invoked? Have you ever had to challenge that? Because certainly there would be, again, knowledge maybe on the ground that there are people that would have been involved in certain groups, or people that are involved in certain political parties that are then involved in some of the activities. So have you found at all that you've had to invoke that code with any organisation or any individual within a group at any point over the last period?
I think there's been a couple of occasions, Colin, where the behaviours framework has actually been invoked by the delivery partner organisation themselves, where they have potentially had concerns, and you'll understand that I can't go into the actual details just to protect the organisations involved. But there has been times where they have invoked the conditions of that behaviours framework within their organisation as a way of maintaining the integrity of their project and their reputation in terms of the delivery of that.
Okay. And is there a record kept of that? Would you be able to follow up with us and maybe let us know how many times that's happened, or is that something that's not kept as a strict record?
we would certainly be able to follow up with you in terms of how many times that has been invoked and to clarify that with you, certainly.
Could we get would you forward us that code as well, just so that we can see
Absolutely.
Okay, that would be good. And then maybe just sort of what timescale do you see going forward with this? Because again, we're 23 years down the line from the Good Friday Agreement. We talk about communities in transition. Hopefully a transition would have an end point that we can see ourselves moving towards. And I suppose the danger, again, like for example, there are 8 areas there that are targeted, so there are dozens, over 100 areas in Northern Ireland that aren't targeted. And sometimes we can get into that sort of financial support jealousy where certain areas don't see money coming in, they don't see any benefit of government investment, but yet they look and see other areas getting investment, but then they also switch their TV on a weekend evening and see petrol bombs being thrown and tensions in the community, and rightly take the step back and say, what's the point of all that money going in there? Or maybe we have to say, thankfully the money is going in there, because what would it have been like if it wasn't there? But still, there is that sense that people see tens of millions of pounds every year being pumped into communities, but what's the outcome at the other end to improve those communities?
Yeah, Colin, and I agree with you. Where you have an area-based programme, I think there is always an element of other areas looking on and saying, well, why there and not here, and why that community and not ours? And I think we have to be open and say we've had that same issue in terms of both urban villages and communities in transition. But I think what we can say in terms of both programmes is, as we've rolled out with the initiatives, we're very reassured that we're working in the right areas in terms of the types of issues that are presenting themselves. And as we look at the impact of our projects, I think the recent unrest that you mentioned over recent weeks, I think you've just hit the nail on the head. It can be often very difficult to build a narrative around the impact of all of this, because on one hand, you could argue, well, what difference is that money making? But on the other hand, you can say, well, does this not show we're working in the right areas and we need more of it over a longer time? And I think the committee has already heard today around some of the frustrations there are across the sector in terms of shorter term annual funding rounds. And that's certainly something we heard when we went out to engage across the areas, that this really does require that more sustained, longer term approach, and that type of very focused, intensive look at the issues and a layering of interventions, which I think is brought by an area-based approach. It allows you to go into an area, look at the whole swathe of issues, and then come up with a coordinated plan, as it were. And if CIT or urban villages can't address each of those issues, we certainly will try and connect and reach out to others who can come in and wrap around those communities. So I think CIT certainly has that real opportunity now that we have that 3-year approach and that 3-year certainty. But I think the challenge for us at this stage is to get our measures right, in terms of the impact that we're having. At a programme level, they're moving to a benefits management approach. And the benefit that communities in transition will be asked to link into is an improvement in community resilience. So we're taking a lot of time at this point before the phase 2 tenders are developed or are awarded, that we actually develop those measures around that improved collaboration that I talked about, that increased participation at a community level, and those developed skills and capacity. And it'll be against those that our measures will then be looked at, and how projects will be measured in terms of their impact. And I think if we really hold fast to our theory of change and measure the impact that we're having against those 3 indicators, I'm very confident that these projects overlaid with each other and developed in that really integrated way can really narrow the ground at a community level for those influences we know that can try to exploit any space that they're given.
Okay, Lindsay, thank you for that. I'm going to pass over to John Stewart, the Deputy Chair, for some questioning. So if we could bring John up into the spotlight, please. John, over to yourself.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Lindsay and Colin and Gonya for that. Lindsay, you're clearly very passionate about that. You can just tell, by the way you're coming across, and this is something that you have a clear interest in, and I take my hat off to you for the work you've done to get us here. As the chair sort of alluded to, there have been various guises of schemes like this since 1998, and I think some of the scepticism comes from the fact that they just see it as more of the same, more of the carrot, and less of a stick. And while I don't believe that to be the case, there is that belief out there. Do you believe the key to maybe this one is the amount of research that went into identifying those areas, first of all? And how important do you think then going forward, I know we've got 3 years for this, but to try and embed it and keep it there and not have to keep going back and revisiting these areas, how key do you think it is to embedding that into local community groups, into the councils, having that as part of their good relations strategy? Working with the PSNI, all those statutory agencies, how important is that for long-term success?
No, thank you, John. And you're right, there is a level of scepticism, around these programmes, and I know there is a narrative that this is more of the same. I think the point you made about the time taken around the research is a really important one, and that's what I would argue is the difference in terms of this approach. So yes, there was the research done to identify the areas, but I think the key point around communities in transition that differentiates us from other programmes was the time taken to actually go out into the areas, talk to communities in their widest sense, not just the gatekeepers, talk to communities and actually listen to what they were saying. And not just to listen, but to truly try to understand the nature of the issues. Because I think what that did was it allowed us to understand that on the face of it, a lot of the issues seem the same, so young people, community safety, confidence in policing, health and well-being, a lot of the issues were very similar. But when you actually took the time to engage with communities, often they manifested themselves in different ways, or there were different vulnerabilities at a community level that needed a very distinct tailored response. And I think that is what is different about CIT. It's not a programme that has been designed within the executive office and then rolled out in 8 areas equally and very generally. It has been a programme, yes, the approach was designed, but really it came and was informed by the communities themselves, both in terms of the issues and the areas that were identified, but also in terms of the types of projects that would work and what implementation might work in Carrick and Larne may not work in Drumgask and Kilwilkie. And that is something that we've seen played out in terms of the project. So I think this is what makes this different. And it has been taking that time at the front end to understand. We did get a lot of criticism for that, John, from the communities. They just wanted us to get on with it. They just wanted us to get the funding out the door and the projects to happen. But I think everyone is now seeing the benefits of having taken that time up front. Your point around 3 years and embedding the good practice as we go is also a really important one. We see 3 stages to everything that we do in communities in transition. We think there's a lot of enabling activity. We also think there's a lot of empowerment required within these areas, but a really important piece around embedding the learning and the good practice. When we went out to the 8 areas that we work in, there was a huge frustration amongst communities that they felt often good practice was lost between short-term funding schemes. So when one came to an end, that knowledge and experience dropped off, and it wasn't necessarily picked up again in every case by the next funding programme. So that's something we're very keen to do as we go, to embed that good practice, to make sure that the capacity is built within the communities and resides within the communities, and then that we are linking it in to those local structures, as you mentioned, councils, the local neighbourhood policing teams, that there's a sense of ownership at its widest sense around this work, because that is what's going to make it sustainable and embedded in the longer term. So that's very much going to be a focus of ours as we go into phase 2 and making those connections right from early on of our phase 2 projects.
Okay. Just one more point in terms of the measurements. I suppose, is that something you'll want to assess and monitor as things go along, or is this something you'll look after 3 years and trying to figure out how success has gone? Obviously, those who are rolling out the schemes will see individual examples of positive outcomes, but in terms of from an overall point of view, is that something that really needs to be looked at the end of the scheme?
Yeah, so John, and I'll bring Colin in around the detail of this as well. He's been doing a lot of work around this. I think it will be a hybrid approach of rolling evaluation as we go, and then something at the end as well. But again, Colin will be a lot closer to the detail around where we've got to around all of that.
Yeah, I think that's a spot on description, Lindsay, of saying that it's that kind of rolling assessment mixed in with something more full and wholesome then towards the end of the project. Because what we would like to be able to do is, as we're going, if we spot cases of best practice or things that work or things that could be mainstreamed somewhere else, we'd like to be able to promote that and bring that to the door of the best placed department or body to actually do those things. So yeah, we will be measuring on an ongoing basis. We'll be doing that at both an individual project and thematic level. So say where we've got a community safety project, there'll be individual metrics and measures that we're looking for movement on there. There will also be things we're looking at in terms of the overall CIT approach. So to circle back round, we will be looking at that on an ongoing basis and then being in a position then towards the end to provide a more fulsome update on the entire approach.
Okay, no worries. Thanks for that. Thanks, Lindsay. Colin, go on you. Cheers, Chair. Thanks for your time today.
Okay, nobody else is indicating to ask questions at this stage, but I will just do a double check with George if he's there. Just George, have you anything you want to check out? Okay, I'm doing my lip reading and think I got no, I'm fine there, so I'm going to run with that. I think you're okay with that, George?
That's right with that.
Yeah, okay.
I'm fine, Chair. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Lindsay, Grania, Colin, thank you very much indeed for coming along and giving us that update today. It's been very informative. Maybe just if, Lindsay, even if you want just to send us through your notes there from what you gave, it'd be good just to have something to be able to read to get an update on that, on some of the work. It would be very helpful. But thank you very much to the three of you for coming along today.
No, and thank you for your time. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, members, we'll juggle around and bring yourselves back up into the audio or into the spotlight so that we can run through the last few items on the agenda. Is there anything that anybody wants to ask or check as an update to that last presentation? Okay, that seems to be all right then. Okay, then we'll move to item 7, which is the Historical Institutional Abuse Committee motion and our consideration of the wording. On page 35 to 41 of the meeting pack are the relevant papers. Just to remind members that it was agreed at last week's meeting that the committee would delay agreeing the motion calling for a review of the HIA Redress Board until it has been established that such a review would not have an adverse effect on the current process. A formal response has not been received from the department, but we are confident to say that it would be unusual for any such review to inhibit the current practice. So we could proceed with the stipulation that a review should not interrupt the process whilst it is being carried out. So the proposed wording is there. Are members happy to proceed with that? Are members happy to proceed with that? Or are there any views on that we'd like to take?
Chair.
Emma, yeah, go on ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Thanks, Chair. No, it was just, I know we had obviously asked about sort of getting more information on what a review would constitute, or a sort of a cast iron guarantee that it wouldn't lead to any delays for victims and survivors. I know that there has been correspondence there in the table papers for an offer to meet with yourself and John now, and we'll welcome John as the Vice Chair of the committee, with the President. I wonder, can that be, we've obviously had a lot of presentations and have had loads of correspondence and are aware of these issues. And I would have a real apprehension about us doing anything that then means that someone who is on that waiting list at the minute might, find further delay. And if there was an opportunity for us to streamline that, to get an opportunity to speak to the President and put all this to it and get a tangible response as to how they're dealing with the issues and the delays that have come up with the redress board, rather than the process. To me, it just review just shouts halt. Look at how things are doing, and when you start to look at how things are being done midway through, sometimes you can put a stop on the whole process. So it was just to reiterate that and to see if there was a quicker way to do that.
Okay. Right. Look, maybe let's look at maybe a solution if this would work. The proposed wording that is there, could we add at the very end of it, and calls on the First and Deputy First Minister to carry out a review of the redress board, which must not inhibit the current, the current application, must not, I could think of a way of words, but something that basically says that will not prevent anybody that's in the current system or there. And also, it's likely to be the very last sitting towards the last sitting of the Assembly before any committee motion would be tabled. And we do have the groups coming to visit us on the 23rd of June. What we could do as well is we could schedule the president of the board to come that day as well and do a presentation to us. And then if we felt at the end of that meeting with both the groups and the president that there was no need for that committee motion, which would be 2 weeks later, we could withdraw it. But if we could include in the wording of the motion that it must not inhibit the current process that anybody is going through, would something like that capture everybody's views on that?
Chair, I would fully agree with what you've said.
Yeah, thanks, George. And Trevor, you're looking in there?
Yeah, I'm kind of with Emma here. The notion to carry out a review of something that's ongoing, which the review presumably may well expose deficiencies in the current process, but that wouldn't be much comfort to the people who have been dissatisfied with the way the process has operated up to now. And I do wonder if it's wise to go ahead with such a review at the present time. There may be some other way to assess the programme without reviewing it. And then if we had to put in a rider at the end that the review shouldn't hinder the current process, so it's almost making the assumption that there's nothing wrong with the current process. So I have a review. I'm not totally sure, but I'll let to be honest.
What about a form of words? Excuse me. Any ongoing review must not. Let me get this right. Must not in any way delay the provision of services or payments to those affected by the issues. So, what I understand the concern is being outlined. Basically, we are wanting to get services and payments out the door as quickly as possible. But people have also raised with us concerns about the way in which that is happening.
Yeah.
So this isn't, ultimately this is about, delivering goals better. So if we were to say something around, a review of existing mechanisms should not in any way delay or impact upon the provision of payments and services that arise as part of the scheme, something like that.
Yeah.
I think, sorry, Chair, but maybe after speaking to the President, if we could see the point that Trevor's making, that you're nearly preempting that this isn't going to find any fault, or you're nearly taking the sting out of what you're doing. If there was something that we could do that would be just highlighting the problems that we know exist and asking for those to be addressed, rather than a review which is going to be time consuming and which may well come out and say, no, well, it's been done as best as it could be, and up for us to say, well, we know that's not the case, but in the meantime here we've stalled progress for survivors who are coming to us saying that things aren't happening as quickly as they should be.
Yeah, I mean, I've met with every sectoral group that's involved in this, and they've all asked for a review of this process. So I would certainly want to put on record that on behalf of those groups, I would support a review because they've asked for it in every group that we've met. And every meeting that we've been in with them, they have said that they're unhappy with the processes that are being carried out by the redress board. So on that basis, I would be supporting that we do seek a review. But obviously, if the committee's not agreed on that, then we can't proceed with it.
No, I'm not opposed to that, then. I'm not opposed to that.
Okay. Well, then, I want to avoid a vote on this, but I think if we're
I don't want to misrepresent what I'm saying. It's not that I'm opposed to a review. I would be more in favour of us trying to do something that more pointedly addresses the issues that the groups have raised, as opposed to an entire review, which in my mind would lead to more delay. But I don't know if there's a more succinct way of doing that, or a quicker way of doing that. I know what you're saying in terms of the request for a review, but whilst the process is ongoing, stop it midway through, I would be worried about.
I think that's the key point. What you're trying to say is, we're trying to establish if there may be ways to improve the process and to do things better.
Yeah.
And we can do that alongside the existing processes functioning. And if a form of wording that could be pulled together that is basically cognizant of that fact, that what we're trying to do, look, in a very real sense, we're glad we're at this point. We're glad that things are being delivered. What we're trying to establish as a committee, arising out of concerns that have been raised by groups with us, what we're trying to establish is there a better way to deliver for those groups and individuals? And that's perfectly compatible. That does not require the suspension of the existing processes. It requires us to look at the existing processes to see if there's ways that they could be done better.
Could I suggest, would it work if we added at the very end and calls on the First and Deputy First Minister to carry out a review of the redress process to be undertaken concurrently with the current process? So in other words, the review is very much to take place alongside the actual process that is currently in place continuing. And then if that review that we've asked for highlights that there are a series of changes to be made, then they can be implemented once they've realised them. But it doesn't stop the current process at all. It still continues on very much as it is. The review is done alongside that, and any learning move across. Because I suppose, as Trevor's pointed out, if you have a review and it highlights problems, then the thing is, it's highlighting problems and we need to address them. We can't then not have the review in case it highlights that there's problems, because that's totally counterproductive to fixing the problems that are there. But Emma's absolutely right. We can't have a review that prevents the process from actually taking place. Now, I will ask Michael maybe just for a bit of advice. I know that the president of the redress board is coming along. It is a quasi-judicial process. It's just the jurisdiction that we would have as a committee to discuss with them any changes that they take. Would there be any obligation on them to address any of the concerns that we would raise with them?
That's a good question, Chair. I don't see why they wouldn't take them on board if a committee calls on an organisation to make changes. As to the power to compel somebody to make those particular changes, I don't know. But certainly, I'm sure any organisation would be grateful of the committee's suggestions to do so.
I would have thought, given that TEO is the sponsor department, we are the TEO committee. I would like to think that if, having taken evidence from groups and individuals, we produced a series of recommendations, I would like to think even there would be moral authority, if not legal, coming from this particular source.
Trevor, you're looking in there.
Yeah, Jared, I'd be happy enough, when we could talk about this until doomsday, I'd be happy enough to run with the suggested wording that you came up with a few minutes ago. But just a short write at the end of the motion said it shouldn't interfere with the current process to date or something like that.
I agree with that.
Okay. Right. And with the proviso that if we meet the redress board and we're entirely satisfied at the end of that process that they're undertaking everything that we're saying, we still have the opportunity to withdraw the committee motion if we felt that there was sufficient movement at that stage. Is that still something that people would be happy with?
Yep, that's fine.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Emma?
Yeah. No, Chair, sorry but it's just going back to what Trevor had said there around the fear would be that if the review happens and they say, no, everything's fine, and then we haven't addressed the survivors' issues. So, but I suppose that you can't prejudice the result of a review. So we would just hope that it would, because we know that the issues exist. So if there was a way to resolve those without having to go through a process that's going to take time or delay things, but obviously, I mean, that's not maybe our call to make. But it was just so I'm sorry if I'm not making much sense there.
No, absolutely not. It's a really important matter. We've all been very, very deeply involved in this process from the start of this committee, and we've heard lots of concerns, we've heard lots of frustrations, and we've heard lots of people want to see the issue dealt with properly, and we've had the commissioner and we've had advocates and we've had groups with us. So it's been a big piece of work for us, and we just want to get it right. And again, anybody that's watching this, to continue to press that message out, is that all of us are collectively wanting to get this right in the interest of the victims and survivors. So the fact that it takes us a bit of time to talk about it is good, because we're wanting to get it right. But Michael, I think you've enough there, hopefully, to get us to the next stage then. Okay. Members, thank you for that. That's been very useful. Then we'll move ourselves on then to item 8, which is the Forward Work Programme. Michael, I know we had discussed stuff this morning whenever we were chatting online. Have you had any updates or progress from then?
In terms of the concurrent meeting?
Yes.
There's some rejuggling of a number of, more than one committee, shall we say, in order to line up the possibility of us using the Assembly chamber. I'm still working on that, but I think we're closer than we have been before.
Okay, members, just to update you, and my apologies for keeping a little bit of guessing what that was about. The concurrent meeting between the Finance Committee, the Economy Committee and ourselves, just as some logistical barriers, it was going to be held in room 30, which meant that we would have to select just 12 members that would be able to attend from all 27 members of the committee. However, I had asked Michael this morning maybe just to go back and kindly use his pressures and best moves there to see if we could get access to the Assembly chamber, which would actually allow all 27 members of the committee to be able to attend that. So maybe if we could just leave that as work in action for next week, but that if it doesn't work next week, we will be looking for delegates from various parties to attend that. And if we have it sorted for next week, it means that it can be in the Assembly chamber and everybody can attend. So work in progress really on that item. Are members happy enough to note the rest of the Forward Work Programme?
Great.
Okay. Members, item 9 then is correspondence. There are 17 items in pages 49 to 124 of the meeting pack. The most of interest will be that there is a correspondence from the clerk and member support officer offering member development training on protecting your social media reputation. So not your reputation, but your social media reputation. And just to highlight that if any member wants to participate in that, if you could respond to the clerk on the contact details that are in the correspondence. Is there any other correspondence that members would like to raise? Okay. Then we can move on then to item 10, any other business. I'm good with that. Is anybody else any other business they want to raise?
Nope.
Okay. Excellent. Well then, members, that's us complete for today. Date, time and place of next meeting is the 9th of June at 2 p.m. via Starleaf. That's this day week. Thank you very much for everybody's attendance and participation today, and I'll see you all next week.
Thank you, Chair.
The Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Committee Room 30.